So, for anyone here, how many is this the first time you've been to BSides Ottawa? Oh, well, that's crazy. Oh, we've been doing this a long time, just in the other end of town. Yeah, so just so you know, this is our first time in this location. We've been running the event for 10 years plus, 14 there. There's an old timer that remembers, that's been involved in it. Hey, well, I fit in that category too, Pete, so. Yeah. So, with being a new location, things might not go as 100% smooth as they've had in the past in other locations. We've been able to hide some of those things before, so bear with us here. Hopefully everything will go smooth. We had some technical issues with our projectors. We had, this, that, and the other thing happen, so there could be things that, well, that shouldn't be that way, or that could be better. We appreciate that feedback. Sure, send up to the contact email, good, bad, anything. We'd like to hear feedback. Would be appreciated. So thank you all for coming. This is basically the biggest BSides in Canada. And for all of you that are new, BSides is a worldwide organization that's been around for a long time. It's community driven. We don't get paid for this. We're not making a profit out of this. All the money that we make goes back into it. And let me tell you, these places aren't cheap. So on that note, we have a lot of sponsors that have paid good money to have your attention. Please get out and say hello. Take their sales pitch, whatever it is, to make them want to come back, so that we can keep doing this, and so that we can keep providing these great things for us to do, build a security community. So this is by the community for the community. Right? And on that, we have a lot of things going on here today. This is probably this event. We have more things on than we ever had on. We got our CTF has been with us forever. Our Independent System Village, Blue Team Village, Policy Village, Escape Room, crazy. Tool, right down in the corner is our Lockpick Village. Please don't forget them. They're kind of out of the way, it feels like. So make sure you go there and say hello and try to pick a lock, all that kind of stuff. It's important that all of our events get some attention. Obviously, we're going to have lots of great talks going on today. We had great success with our call for papers. Unfortunately, we can't pick everyone. We try to go through and try to keep the topics relevant, and pick things that people might like. And it's hard to know, right? So, but we should get lots of education out of this today, I would hope. We have lots of giveaways, but you have to be here to get them. Anybody that's been here before knows that usually we have some stuff given away at each event or each village. We give away from the stage, but it's like call your name, and if you're here, you get it. So you have to be here to win. And finally, I just want to, with everybody being new, that we do have a code of conduct. Really, just be kind. It's all right. Be accepting. We're all here to learn. We're all here to network. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. Let's try to keep it that way. From a logistics perspective, now, and this goes back to my original comment about the logistics for parking. Underground parking is free. The QR code inside the building is free. Apparently, the QR code outside the building isn't. And unfortunately, if you've done that, we can't help you get your money back, because it's not controlled by the people who own this event area. Apologize. This is one of those things that we didn't know about when we're signing all this up. We would have made it clear right away. So if you've done that, I apologize for that. But free downstairs for sure, or down in underground, and free if you use the QR code inside. Park downtown or downstairs. It's just easy. Yeah. So for food, there's lunchbox style today. All the food is going to be out in the vendor area again, and just try to get out there and speak to everybody. Okay. So let's get going with the day. So first up, we thought leader and innovator with expertise in business strategy, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. A dynamic keynote speaker and panelist, he shares insight on emerging technology, sustainability, and building innovation cultures. Recognized with his accolades like the Top 50 Government Innovators Award and CC ISO Hall of Fame runner-up, Matt is committed to shaping the future while serving on key boards and volunteering as a CPA CMA panel member. His extensive education includes programs at the Tufts School of Business, Wharton, and the Robbins School of Management. Please welcome to the stage, Matt Davies.
Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here today. This is the first time for me speaking publicly since leaving my last role. So I had to work with the BSides team to make sure it was okay. They understood that I'm no longer the CTO for Shared Services Canada. And they still wanted me to speak, so I'll take that as a good sign. I want to talk to you today about a couple of things. If I look back in 2020, I decided to embark on a new adventure. I see some friendly faces from my former life. Decided to take on a new role. Got asked one day what I thought about joining the public sector. And I'm like, geez, never really thought about it, but I had a great opportunity to step into a deputy CTO role. I had that role for about 4 months, and then was interim CTO for about 3 months, and then became the CTO. And 4 years later, I have a chance to look back. 4 ministers, 3 presidents, complete shift from remote work to hybrid work, moving from a cloud-first model to a cloud-smart model. If I think about 4 years ago, and I'll spend a little bit of time talking about this, AI, nobody was talking about AI, then suddenly ChatGPT hit the world, and everybody was talking about AI. People that didn't know anything about AI were coming up and saying, hey, have you seen this new thing, ChatGPT? It's been amazing, and what they're starting to use for it. So it's been an incredible journey. I want to think about, for today, I want to start off by thanking the BSides team, all of the team, the organizers, the sponsors, and all of you for showing up. These events aren't possible without folks like you sitting in the room, and they're not possible without people putting a lot of effort behind the scenes in order to make this happen. With that said, I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about some things. I got often asked about what it was like to spend time in the public sector. And coming from spending all my entire career in the private sector, it really was a significant adjustment. There was a couple of things that stuck out for me though. Every single public servant that I met cared about what they did. Think about that. Every single one. They had an ability to tie what they were doing back to what they were doing to help their department, to help Canada, or to help the citizens of Canada. And they took that perspective, and it caught me a little off guard because many organizations spend time trying to figure out how do I instill a culture across an organization. And I'm thinking about, okay, now my snapshot is small. Like shared service is 10,000 people approximately, not quite, getting close to it. But every person I met through that 4 years on that journey cared about what they're doing. And many organizations try very hard to instill that tone from the top and have it permeate throughout the organization. The second thing I'd like to say is it was incredible for me to think about the change that we're going through and how important. So my team will often hear me talk about talent. I'm going to spend a little bit of time today talking about technology. Technology is not the most important thing. Talent is. You can't do anything without having the people in the room to be able to help you move that technology forward. It's fundamental. Investing in people is important. And my team, I said this repeatedly, we need to make sure we're putting the right people in the right place and giving them the right tooling and the right skills to be able to do their job. We set up this whole digital skilling program. It started out literally just focused on cloud. It expanded to include AI. It expanded to include cybersecurity. It expanded to include RPA technologies. All of those things are important, but we needed to give people the opportunity to take that, to take those skills, to develop. And I think there's, I often remember back to one of the challenges in the cybersecurity front when it first started. Really, cybersecurity really early on, if you look back 15 years, wasn't anywhere near the conversation it is now. And people were saying, well, if you train the people, they're going to leave. I'm like, what? what's worse, I think you're much better off to train the people and have them develop their skills, and then maybe here's a concept, maybe treat them right so they don't want to leave. Anyway, this is my way of looking at it. I talked about, one of the other things was a challenge when I was in the public sector is, every day there's a priority. There's literally hundreds of priorities. There's always some fire that's burning that pops up. I had to take my team, and this is, I use the time to try and explain, difficult things to people that don't truly understand technology in terms that they can understand. And so I'm going to use an example that I used to explain. We used to manage our environment through KPIs, key performance indicators. Great, anybody heard the term? They're excellent. They're very good at an operational area. But when you're the CTO, we don't have a lot of operations. We shouldn't. We have some, but we shouldn't be measuring through KPIs. We had over 50 KPIs. So the challenge my team had is, what KPI do I work on? Which ones are important? How do I figure that out? So we implemented an OKR program. And this is the first time that, I think OKR, tech sector really understands OKRs. I brought an OKR program into our environment and said, okay, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to have one no-fail objective. Each team has one no-fail, just one. So think about the idea, and the example I used to explain it, because I try and, anybody here follow Formula 1? I didn't follow it as closely as I did until they had the special, but I'll just park that. Cars go around the track, they get all the gauge, think about all the gauges they see. Those are like KPIs. Gas gauge, tire pressure, oil pressure, wind, all of that stuff getting tracked, right? All that data being fed in. At the end of the day, we were finishing last. I'm like, okay, but all of our gauges were good. So our KPIs are good, we are all good, right? No, we're not. We want to be on a podium. So the idea was, take the OKR, put one no-fail objective in front of everybody, and have everybody focus on making sure, get the entire team aligned about doing one thing that was going to make a difference for our branch, one thing that's going to make a difference for the department, one thing that's going to make a difference for the government of Canada. Think about things that you do that are going to have that impact. And it also takes the eye off of the day-to-day challenges that occur and the day-to-day fires that occur on every environment. By having this one no-fail objective, my team immediately felt, okay, now I have something that I can focus on. I can direct my resources to having an impact. Your ability to communicate is incredibly, it's critical. I spent the better part of 4 years learning a second language, which is great. So I finished, I got my, BBB, which is apparently pretty good. But that's not the language I'm talking about today. The language I'm talking about today is, you're in this room, everybody here probably has a very strong technical background. And you have to talk to people sometimes that don't understand technical terms. And you have to be able to communicate in a language that they understand so they care. I'll give the best example I have, and I'm not making this up. I was trying to explain zero trust, cybersecurity to somebody. And I keep going through, it's like, well, here, I don't trust me, I don't trust my device, I'm trying to explain why this is important in a world where, the perimeter-based approach isn't directly, still relevant, but not as relevant as it is zero trust. They pause for a second and say, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Why would you have a zero trust approach to cybersecurity and not a complete trust approach to cybersecurity? I pause for a second. What do you mean? Just like, why would we want to have cybersecurity that I had complete trust that it's working? And it was taken back because I spent so much time trying to explain what zero trust was, but they flipped it completely, saying, I don't want zero trust. I want to have 100% trust in my environment. And it caught me completely off guard because it just means they didn't truly understand. Like, everybody that lives in the cyber world understands zero trust, but to somebody that never crosses time or spends time in that world, they didn't understand where that concept came from. So it took some time to go back and figure out how best to communicate to individuals that may not have the same background that you have. Okay. Last point I'm going to make on my experience is embracing change. Need to create an environment where people feel comfortable to embrace change. A lot of the time, and the challenges that I faced were because people were afraid of making mistakes. And in some cases, somebody said, well, if I make a mistake, it's a career-limiting move for me. I'm like, no, it can't be. Like, you can't make a mistake. And the example I'm using is, we're talking about AI and AI use case. I'll spend a little bit more time talking about AI a little bit later, but like, how do we know that this use case is going to work? I'm like, I don't know. make meaningful decisions. So, and then I had the team go back, they took a look at it and said, okay, here's the ones we think are gonna have the best impact. Here's the ones where we have great data that can help the ML work. Like you have to have some foundational reasons for making a decision and paring down, because every organization is gonna come up with hundreds of different use cases for things. It's important to figure out how best to use a particular use case. And if it works, great. If it doesn't work, that's great too. At least you learn from trying it. But it's more important to have the team feel that they could make a mistake and it's not gonna affect them. It's not gonna affect their career because they tried something and it didn't work. Okay, that's what I wanted to summarize for my brief foray in the 4 years that I spent in shared services. I would be remiss if I didn't say I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. I had so many people help me. I have so many mentors that helped me from day one, helped me all the way through. So many folks from industry that helped me along that journey. I'm very grateful for the experience. I learned a lot, and with that, I'll move on. Well, I'll try to move on. Okay, there we go. So there's a quick summary of the recent experiences. I've got a simple slide. So incidentally, this is the first time I've done my own slides in a long time. So hopefully they'll work. I want to spend a little bit of time on AI. And the reason why I spend time on AI is because I think this is a huge trend that's happening. Every organization is trying to figure out. As I said, 4 years ago, everybody heard about AI, but then Gen AI came out. And now we're seeing what I would say is the next generation AI agents. And the reason being, AI was helping to solve problems. Gen AI, the challenge there is there's so many different uses of Gen AI, and people are just starting to figure out, where do I put this? What do I put into my LLM? How do I load them? And what use cases are we going to find for it? So the great news is people are thinking about it. They're thinking about how they can leverage the technology. And if you think about where we've come from 4 years ago, going back to that example of use cases, now I see people coming up and thinking, can we use AI for that? Like, it's the question now. AI agents is kind of like the new piece. It's the idea that you can start treating. It's not like this isn't Alexa and Siri where you go and say they're virtual assistants, right? This is going that next step further, where you're going to start to see applications, AI agents, API. They're going to form how the workflows are going to function in the future. And the challenge is, how do you put all those things together? And then I start to think about, because my head is wired wrong, when I think about cybersecurity, all I think about, I'll talk about this later, is what's the attack surface going to be like? How are we going to protect against that? Like, now we're going to have all these AI agents, and the hard part of it is explainability. How do I know how they're making the decision? How am I getting the output? How do I figure that out? And then it brings in the whole governance and the ethical use of AI and the whole aspect about having all that stuff in place. I think the challenge is that's going to take some work. Organizations are going to continue to invest in AI. You're already seeing it becoming embedded in products. You're seeing things that organizations are starting to take a look at. I just think about, okay, I'm not talking about certain companies that are using AI and sensors to figure out how they navigate vehicles on roads or taxis and things like that. So think about the impact of that. They're collecting so much data, they're analyzing it, they're making decisions. And that's the big difference. Because if I think about where we've come from, that's a huge difference from the way that we used to operate. We used to think about, okay, I can put a prompt in and I can get an answer. But now think about the thinking portion. I think that's the part. Prompt engineering, I told people when I started using Gen AI, everybody go take a prompt engineering course. Just like the language I was talking about on communication, you need to be able to ask the right questions to get the right answers. And there's an art to it. I'm still not very good at it, but I still try. Some of these images were generated by me trying to put prompts in to create that image. And that's the reality of it. There's work to be done there in terms of leveraging, but it's a skill that's going to be important. I think I've touched on the AI agents enough. Okay. I spent a lot of time in the last 4 years talking about the importance of the network. And I talked about the importance of the network because cloud was a big thing. And I'm thinking, okay, well, cloud's great, but it's not actually in the cloud. It's somebody else's data center, and you have to get to it. And it's ironic because some people were thinking, like, I don't understand cloud technology, and then when you really boil it down to, that's really what it is. But the important part is you have to be able to get to it. So I said, well, think about if that's a data center, think about the access and getting back and forth from that data center is incredibly important. And it's important because users want the experience. They don't want to be waiting, they don't want to have their app and then be looking at it going, okay, well, I have to put something in and waiting and realize, okay, where's it going? Well, it's going from Vancouver back into Ontario and back out, like, no, that's not what we're looking for. It's also why we have to think about edge computing. And it's why edge computing, and think about the combination of 5G, 6G, edge computing, they're all driving the same thing. And if you think about the advent of more AI, you start to think about, okay, all of that is being done nearer to the user to make sure the experience is better. So you have to have a network that's capable of doing it. You need a reliable network, you need a fast network, and you need to have the data being processed near where the user is going to use it, which is what you're going to start to see more and more. It was ironic, it came from an organization that had over 700 data centers, and I still have trouble saying that. And the idea was we wanted to reduce that. I think we're down to 200 and some, but it's incredible to think about how many data centers are out there. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about sustainability a little bit later, but the premise being is that you still may need those data centers near to where the users are accessing their applications. Let's see, okay, last comment I was going to make. That's the whole premise of edge AI, if you haven't heard that term before, is the fact that everything is moving closer to the edge. Okay, quantum computing. The thing about quantum computing, I attended my first quantum event, probably about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. But that wasn't my first experience with quantum. My first experience with quantum was me sitting in a room with an organization that's focused on quantum computing. You want to be embarrassed? They went around the room. I'm doctor, I'm doctor, I'm doctor, I'm doctor. I think there was the fifth one, I'm doctor. And then it was like, I'm math. It just speaks, there are some very, very smart people working on quantum computing. It was a pretty humbling experience, but what I took away from it was they were at the forefront of figuring out, quantum computing is really going to help us solve some very complex problems. They're just starting though, and I think that's the part. If I look back 2.5 years ago, and then for me in the cyber world, I think a little bit about, okay, what does that mean for us when it comes to, quantum safe? And how do I think about all of the encryption that's been done? Thank God NIST dug into this, 2015, 16, I can't remember the exact time frame. They took a look at something like 82 different algorithms from 25 different countries. The good news is we now have choice. Because my understanding is there's 3, maybe 4 by the end of the year, like FIPS 203, 204, 205. Like we are starting on that journey to have quantum safe encryption. But do you know the number of organizations I talked to said, well, have you started on the journey? Anybody here? Show of hands. And people here have worked on it. Okay. I'm just curious. So I saw one hand. Maybe you're just, okay, so there's the guy you want to talk to. I'm serious though. If you think about the idea of getting ready for quantum and the impact it's going to have, I don't even know if organizations understand where they're using encryption. So then you start to think about, just like in cyber, I need to know where my assets are. In this case, it's like, okay, I need to know where my assets are, but then I need to know what level of encryption they're using. And I need to know whether it's going to be quantum safe. And I feel like we are literally just starting on that journey. And some organizations decided, you know what? First step is let's just start doing an inventory. Let's just see what type of encryption we have. And let's just start to see where our most critical assets are and what the encryption is being used for. Could be a great starting point. But my whole point about this is we're about to embark on that. We have choices now. There are ways in order to start preparing for it. But I think it starts with organizations starting to think about, let's do a current state, let's understand where we are, let's understand what our inventory is, and then let's start to build a roadmap, because at some point you're going to need to use that roadmap. I have the last comment start now. It's a little late to wait. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay. Cybersecurity. So, wanted to spend a little bit of time on this. How many folks here have seen the National Cyber Threat Assessment 2025-2026? Okay. So for me, it was regular reading. Not surprising. Worked very closely with the folks. They do a very good job, and I think it's really important to continue to read what comes out in the cyberspace. In this case, it's even more so important because it's Canadian. This is a perspective from some of our folks from the cyber center. They talk a little bit about the nation-state actors. No surprise there. Nothing's fundamentally changed. They continue to talk about how the nation-states are continuing to create havoc in the cyberspace. I think for me, the new piece was there was a comment in there on India this time. It also provides some insight on the cyber threats. Not surprising to anybody in this room, ransomware is still a problem. Phishing attacks are still real. Frauds and scams are still real. So they continue to reinforce stuff that probably everybody in this room has at some point, if they're in the cyberspace, has had to deal with. Talk about the trends. They talk a little bit about AI and the fact that AI is creating more challenges. And I'll spend a little bit of time more on the cyber and AI piece a little bit later, but cyber and AI, absolutely. AI is going to help us, but it's also going to create challenges for us because it's not exclusive to the people that are on the side of protecting cybercrime. Some of the folks that are committing and are also leveraging AI. Vendor concentration is a problem. And they talk a little bit about that. If you think about the concentration, think about the impact. There's a company this past year, the impact of somebody applying a patch and it suddenly took down millions and millions of systems around the world. And it was all because a patch, but it wasn't directly related to them, but it was their patch. And so if you think about the impact of that, just how many organizations have concentrated suppliers? They lean heavily on some of the very large suppliers for not only their application stack, but also their security stack. So that's important. Understanding that connectedness is important. And supply chain attacks are going to continue to occur, and the attack surface is going to continue to grow. Okay, that's what I wanted to cover there. The zero trust journey. I was very fortunate. When I first started looking at zero trust, I had John Kinderbag in my office. Not everybody gets to do that, but for me it was incredibly helpful to get his perspective. And I'll never forget what he said, just start. Interesting, every year I go to cyber forums and cyber roundtables. Not one CISO I've ever talked to said they were done. Oh, we finished that last year. Nobody says that. Everybody is still somewhere on that journey. And I think the important part is we're going to continue to be on that journey because everything continues to change. We talk about, I talk a lot about the attack surface. My team will hear me, it's like, do we know what our attack surface is? Do we know how it's changing? I think it's critical when you're on zero trust journey to understand what your attack surface is. And I would think about the organizations, going back to my comment about on the quantum piece, I could say the same thing on the attack surface. There's the part that people know about because they're aware of it, but it's the unknown portion that they may not know about. And so that's the part that I keep talking about. Do you truly know what your attack surface is? Do you know how it's changing? Do you know if there's a change in your environment, what that impact is going to be on your potential attack surface? Furthermore, do you understand the controls that you have in place? Like, how are you made aware that there's a change in the attack surface? I'm a firm believer that running breach and attack simulation software regularly on your environment. Why? Because it shows control effectiveness. It'll let you know whether or not once you understand with all the security stack that you have in place, what stuff is helping you. What stuff is letting you know that, hey, if this breach occurred on us, we would know what to do about it. It's an incredible mark. One of the hardest challenges, or one of the greatest challenges I've had, is trying to explain to people that again, going back to my comment about not everybody understands cyber. And I think about having to report to boards, sitting on boards, and having talked to folks about educating boards around what it means about cyber. Everybody wants to know, are they safe? Are we protected? So risk quantification on the cyber front is incredibly challenging. You see some of the scores that come out, but even putting a score in front of somebody that doesn't understand, well, am I good? I got a 740. Okay, that might be good. I don't know if it's good. But the moment something happens, be like, well, I thought we had a good score. Well, we did have a good score, but it still doesn't mean that here's the thing. The threat actors don't read the report. You know, so you get a good report that says, okay, I'm protected. Look at it. I compare better than my peers in my industry. Great. Threat actor can still launch an attack against you, and you can still have a problem. And that's the hard part to explain to people, like, because they're not reading this going, well, that whole comment about, well, if you have better locks and better guards around your house, chances are they're going to move to the neighborhood. Well, it's probably, there's a good chance that's going to happen, but it's not guaranteed that they're going to effectively move. So, and all it takes is one person, you think about the social engineering aspect, all it takes is one person to click, right? Or somebody to download something or something to that effect, and suddenly, okay, everything that you had in that score might go out the window. I think you need to have all of those pieces in terms of when you're trying to quantify risk. I think about vulnerabilities. Again, nobody's finished. Vulnerabilities continue to occur. I think, and there's nobody that has anywhere near enough resources to be able to address all the vulnerabilities. I think that's a really hard part for people to get a handle on. Every time they're prioritizing, it's a continuous prioritization effort. These are the ones we're going to pay attention to now. But that doesn't mean, like, most people, if they're able to get to critical and high, phenomenal. Not every organization is able to get to do that. But you're reading them, going back to the report, some of the vulnerabilities have existed for years and they're still being exploited. Last thing I wanted to talk a little bit about on cyber is the value of tabletops. If you haven't done a tabletop exercise, and I did this recently, show of hands around like how many people, it's still not 100% people in the room. So I don't know if your organization, if you're part of an organization, doing tabletop's incredible. Because everybody quits, most organizations already have an incident response plan, but they don't know how it works. And I don't think you truly know how it works until you get into the exercise of a tabletop. I've had an opportunity to participate, be part of a tabletop, see the output from a tabletop, and sit on a board that did the tabletop exercise. It is incredible. There's not a single time I haven't done a tabletop exercise that I haven't walked away with something. And I know that we're very fortunate. We have, the opportunity to, there's so much material out there to help people with tabletop. But it's spending the time. It's getting people to commit to sitting in a room for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours in order to, and then to take the learnings from that and apply it. Okay, I did want to spend a little bit of time. Nice. Okay, I'll speed this up a bit. Securing data is going to be a challenge on the AI front. We talked about the importance of everybody starting to leverage it. On the cyber front, if I think about cyber and AI, the good news is there is a large company that just came out with the first zero-day discovery using an LLM. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. So this to me was great news, that we are starting to leverage AI technology to help find 0 days before the threat actors come. That's a huge game changer in my mind. So we're at the forefront, and that's the first time I've seen something like that published. But it's incredible that we're able to do that. And I think that's kind of like, it's kind of like the battle that's going on. We need to be leveraging technology to help protect our environment at the same time while the threat actors are trying to figure out ways to launch attacks for us. The other thing I was just going to briefly touch on the AI. I like the idea that AI agents are going to be there. The agents work 7/24 and 365. They just work, right? But I think spending the time. I think one of the challenges for folks in the cyberspace is going to be how do we take everything that we've got in our security stack and put it all together to protect us. And I think we're at the forefront of seeing how AI agents are going to be able to do that. This isn't SOAR. I remember when SOAR came out, I was thrilled with the idea of leveraging security orchestrated automated response technology. It took repetitive tasks and made them automated. So it freed up time for your SOC analysts. That was a great tool. But AI agents are even going to be good because they're going to have that thinking component, and it's really going to boil down to how do you put these things together so that it actually creates a workflow that helps you and it frees up the time for your analysts to work on other things. It's not without challenges though. The idea of hallucinations scares me. So I think about the AI front and the fact that there's going to be hallucinations. I'm like, you can't have your analyst then questioning what the AI came up with. So it goes back to the comment I made about explainability. We're going to have an interesting challenge on the front. We're going to want to lean in on the technology, see what how we can leverage it, but we're also going to have to make sure that we feel really comfortable that we're going to let this AI agent do the work. And that's going to be I think that's the challenge we're going to face in the next 3 to 5 years in terms of how do we leverage AI, but do so with the explainability and the comfort that we feel good with the decision. My comment is they can't run unchecked. You're going to have to you need human oversight on this stuff. Okay, I wanted to spend I spent a lot of the last couple of years spending time on sustainability. Why? Because I think this is a critical component for us. The reason being is that every organization has a chance to make a difference. And I've spent time, I attended a couple of different courses in terms of better educating myself. It was a gap in my own knowledge. And so I took a couple of courses in order to get a better understanding of what I can do as a CTO to lean in on sustainability. My takeaways are simple. Find something in your organization. People feel good to be part of an organization that cares about the environment. But more importantly, it can help drive innovation in the organization. It can have an impact on the culture. I've seen some organizations that are leaning really heavily in to their sustainability efforts. The whole ESG front is incredibly important. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about it, because if I think about I saw a Forbes article that said, AI is pushing us towards an energy crisis. It's true. Think about the amount of energy needed to generate, an AI response. We are going to need energy, and we're going to need more renewable energy. You saw announcements about companies leaning in and opening up 3 Mile Island again, or taking a look at small modular reactors. That's because we're going to need energy to drive this technology moving forward. And the better that we need clean energy in order to be able to do so. Pretty much out of time, so I'm just going to close with a couple of comments. We have exciting times ahead. I can't tell you, every day I went into the office, there was something new from a technology front, but it's more important taking that technology to solve a problem. It is incredibly valuable. Getting the team motivated around, having the talent around, investing in the skills, those are all things that are incredibly important. My advice to everybody in this room is, think about what you can do to make a difference. Think about how you can contribute. That was the thing I challenged my entire team. Every person that shows up to work every day can make a difference. What are you going to do to make a difference, to make our environment better, to make our lives better, to make the solutions that we're providing to our citizens better? You need to find something. They need to be motivated in order to be able to do it. But I made it simple. Just make a difference. So with that, I'll say thank you and think about how you can make a difference. Okay, so I guess I'm finished in enough time. I can take a couple of questions. Or it was perfectly clear, which I'm hoping was the case. Well, by the way, if you like this, make sure you mention it on the BSides site. Okay. We're good? No? Almost.
Biggest win that you feel will show results in the next 3 to 5 years that you see that we left behind?
Wow. I have to pick one. If I think about it, it's probably not going to be it's probably, I would say it's the digital skilling program that we put in place. And the reason being is, you heard me mention it, it creates a lasting impact. You invest in people. So we did 2 things. We really ramped up the hiring program for students. And the reason being is because I wanted to bring a lot of young and career folks in to renew the environment. They have an incredible way of looking at things, and I used to meet regularly with the students to hear what their thoughts are. The good news is, they don't have filters. Like I don't know how to word it. They were very candid and open. So when you ask them what's wrong, I still remember this one student saying, well, it took me 12 days to get my laptop. Okay, and then I could see the team like, you know, he's the CTO, right? It's like, still, I said, that's great. Well, it's not great. I'm glad you're telling me. My hope is that by the time we do this the next time, I don't have to hear this comment. But it speaks, but their candor was refreshing to have in the environment, and it's great to hear, what are you learning in school these days? What can you bring from your environment? So that was one, and the skilling program, just investing in all of the skills. I think the lasting impact is the impact on the people that are behind, because the skills that they have, that they're able to gain access to, is going to help the government, quite candidly, for a long time. Okay.
So first, thank you for your great talk. So the question I have is that how do you differentiate for a company that if they want to use AI, are they just following the trend and the hype over it, or they really need it and they're going to solve the problem within the company?
It's a good question. Let me think about it. So, there is definitely hype. I think there wasn't hype before ChatGPT though. Like it was, AI's been there for a long time, and the folks that have my AI team, they will tell you, AI, this isn't new. It just suddenly, like 2.5 years ago, everybody woke up to AI. For the organization, and I don't know your specific word, I think they should start to see where it would be possible. What are areas that they leverage? You think about just a simple, you know, LLM, putting in stuff that you have to repeatedly answer the same questions over and over again. Like trying to put that knowledge together. That's what I ask my team, like go and ask, what are some of the problem areas, and can AI or Gen AI help solve the problem and make it better? That was really the premise for them. And then they came up with well over 100 use cases. And then it started to be, let's look through these and think about, are these ones real problems? And if we solve it, if AI is able to help us solve the problem, what's the difference going to be? So it goes back to, you need to figure out what the value of the AI use case is. And I get it, because not every organization has the skills, not every organization, but the way I viewed it is, I started spending time on AI. I said, just try the AI on your phone. Just pick one, try it, start asking questions. And the example I used to somebody is I did it, okay. There was a company that had a search engine, because I'm not using companies, right? A company that had a search engine before, and then I went and did the same thing in an AI, a Gen AI. And here's the difference. The company with search came back with 17 pages. The question was simple. Find me the best Italian restaurants around 99 Metcalf, where my office was. 17 pages, one list of 8 with links. That took like, I don't know, 10 seconds. To go scroll through 17, I said, that's the difference we're dealing with. So if they're using search at all, like I'm thinking, you're already starting to see why companies that focused on search are now trying to embed AI. Okay.
Thank you so much for your insightful talk. And as a cybersecurity and AI researcher, I really enjoy you mentioned about explainable AI and quantum. I'm from the UK. I enjoy you mentioned that about retaining people and encouraging them to know. The question is, what's your opinion in terms of the problem we currently have in UK, probably here as well, in terms of teamwork, in terms of the soft skill, in terms of the cybersecurity, majority of the people focus on the tools and technique rather than the soft skill. What's your opinion?
I'm not sure I fully got that question. I'm going to try and paraphrase. Were you looking for the softer skills of AI and collaboration within the team? Okay. So for the benefit of the folks, this is more about the team working together. You have folks that are working on the AI and you have other folks on the cyber team. So to me, that doesn't sound completely like teamwork. So the example I often use with my team when I explain it, I don't know if anybody here is about Dragon Boat races, but in Ottawa it's a big thing. I use this as an example. I said, I can't have somebody beating the drum at the front, which would be your CISO. And the people in the boat, some people showing up, standing on the dock, some people showing up with anchors, some people showing up with paddles and putting them in the water but not using them, and other people in the boat paddling. They all have to be on the same team. It's a team sport. So I'd be trying to figure out ways to get collaboration within the team. And I'd be trying to put exercises in place to get them to communicate. So if somebody was doing something in AI, they'd have, in order for it to be successful, they'd have to explain it to everybody else on the team, and then have the whole team vote as to whether or not this is something to move forward. Like you have to create a forcing function in order for that team to work together. They can't, sometimes it's very challenging because there's some strong personalities sometimes in the room. And sometimes, quite candidly, you might have to remove some more personalities in the room in order to have teams work in smaller groups and get consensus around certain pieces. You've got to find ways to get the win. That's the way I always say, think about, okay, you collectively have a objective. You have to come out of the room in agreement. And if they're put into a box like that, it's amazing the number of times that they will come out because they'll realize otherwise they stay in the room. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's some of the things I've done.
You mentioned that you're going to be able to use AI to find 7 days before attackers do. Knowing that attackers are going to have access to this power as well, how confident are you that you're going to be able to stay ahead of them still, and how might prompt engineering play a role in that?
Okay. So I'll take 2 questions. Prompt engineering, I think, for me, is just being able to ask good questions. And so teaching the team, once you have an LLM, how to get the best out of it. So that's the skill there. The threat, I'm never going to be comfortable. I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to make the assumption that threat actors are going to be finding unique ways in order to launch different attacks. I guess the way I viewed it is going back to some of the things I talked about, zero trust. If you truly embark on the zero trust journey, you keep looking at those areas that you need to improve upon. The idea being is I have to have identity secured. I have to have multi-factor in place. I have to have all sorts of, whether it's network segmentation. I have to be testing my controls, like I talked about breach attacks and this. But I will never feel comfortable. It's just who I am. And I don't know that anybody, I just don't know if anybody sits in that role and says, yeah, I'm going to go sleep well at night, knowing, because you just don't know what the next attack is going to look like. And but I do think investing in it and understanding what that technology can do and how it can improve your defenses is going to be important, because going back to my comment about AI agents, 724, 365, I have some really good people who worked for me in the past. Not one of them worked 724, 365. At some point, everybody was home with their family. Okay. All right. Again, thank you everyone for your time today. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Good morning, BSides. How's everyone doing? So, where are the folks? First of all, right off the bat, I want to thank the amazing organizers at BSides Ottawa for allowing me and giving me the honor to attend today. It is a privilege and an honor, being a second-generation Canadian, to be on the land. I want to honor the people of the land of the Anishinaabe, Algonquin Nation, and honor all First Nations, Inuit nations, Métis, valuable, and their valuable past and present contribution. It is without them that we are here. And so today, we're going to have some fun, and we're going to go on a little bit of a journey together. So with a show of hands, how many people here immigrated to Canada? A show of hands. Quite a bit. How many people here are from Latin America? Latin America, what part of Latin America? Colombia, I love Colombia. I stayed in Bogota, Medellin, the best coffee in the world, by the way. How many people here are from Europe? Nice, what part of Europe?
Germany.
Nice. And Middle East? Folks from the Middle East, where? Palestine, where else? Anyone else? Yes? Nice. Asia? Well, Southeast Asia. My Indian crew? Yeah, what part of India? Pakistan, can't go wrong with Pakistan. Australia? Whoa, down under, nice. It's beautiful to see the folks that we have from different parts of the world. And what's interesting is, on October the 8th, 1971, that's fine. That's the thing. There we go. On October the 8th, 1971, on this land, a gentleman by the name of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of our current Prime Minister, adopted a multicultural policy which forged the way of immigration and established the Multicultural Act. Now this policy led the way of immigrants who came to Canada. And this was in the 80s when my parents went from India to Pakistan, got on a plane, and landed at Lester B International Airport. And they moved to a very interesting area in Canada called Scarborough. Anyone here from Scarborough? Yeah? Oh, wow. What part of Scarborough? Melbourne. It's a great area. So I grew up at McCowan and Lawrence. And what's interesting about Scarborough is the multiculturalism, right? The amount of folks that entered Canada. And so when I was a young boy, I grew up with folks from all parts of the world. I grew up with folks from China, Africa. Oh, by the way, how many people from Africa here? Nigeria in the house? Nice. And I grew up with various cultures, various languages, various religion at a very young age. And it taught me a lot. And there's an interesting story that I wanted to share with you that I've never really shared before, but I thought, I'm in Ottawa, what better place to share it? And it was when I was about 10 years old, I for the first time felt racism. And I was born here. I was born in Scarborough General Hospital. And I would be running home, and people would use a certain derogatory term. For my Pakistani friend here, she probably knows where I'm going with this. And the term was Paki, P-A-K-I-S. And so I would run home with kids throwing rocks at me. And as time went on, I would fight them back. But a whole bunch of other people would join me. Folks from Africa, Sri Lanka, Punjab, Australia, like just random people would be running with me because they were all being called Paki. And so one day I came home crying. I think I was like 12 years old or 11 years old. And my mom said to me, she said, Beta, which means son, do you know what Paki means? And I said, what? What does it mean? Clean. She's like, they're calling you clean. And it had a little bit of a mind shift in my head. And I was like, wait a minute, they're calling me clean. That's a good thing. And so time went on. And we were talking about Scarborough here. I'm gonna take a step back in history. There was a family by the name of David and Mary Thompson who came from Scotland in 1799 on May 21st to Canada. And they moved to an interesting area called Scarborough. And they settled there along with their 11 children. It's actually located at McCowan and Lawrence, or Brimley and Lawrence. It's actually Thompson Park. Have you ever been to Thompson Park? Yeah. And I went to a high school there called David and Mary Thompson. And I tell this story because everyone has come from somewhere to this beautiful country we call Canada. And for those that grew up in Canada, and as I said, I'm a second generation Canadian, Canada was a different place before than it is now. People would open the door and say thank you. People were polite, they would not throw garbage on the streets. People were respectful. Something changed along the way. Now some say it's immigration. Some say it's our values. I mean, for me, I think the biggest pride is every morning listening to the national anthem. And it's funny, the other day I met a person who sits in the federal side of the government, and I said, I think there should be a law where they play the national anthem every morning at 9 a.m. across Canada on a loudspeaker, and everyone has to stop to show the pride. But along the way, we lost something. Now, Mr. Trudeau, Honorable Trudeau, and I know I'm in Ottawa, so I gotta be a little bit careful that I don't go down a rabbit hole here, but he brought in the same immigration policy. And so we saw thousands and thousands and thousands of folks enter Canada. And the conversation here is about how to navigate a career in cybersecurity. And one of the most challenging things that I face when I speak to people in cybersecurity, and I teach at schools and I do a lot of top mentoring, and one of the biggest challenges that I face when people talk to me about the challenges and struggles that they face is experience, right? That's one. What else is there? What other challenges do we face? Race, gender, language, culture, a whole bunch of challenges that my mother and father faced as well, but they persevered. And so, we're going to start off with the first lesson of today, and it's called confidence. Now, along the journey today, I'm going to give some advice. You can take it, you cannot take it, but I'll tell you this much. The advice that I'm going to give you has been tried, tested, and proven. Over the years, I've given this advice and I've seen it come to fruition. At a very young age, in my entrepreneurial world, I came across a lot of people that would enter Canada that were doctors, lawyers, engineers, etc., and they went down two different paths. There was one path where they didn't go back to school, they didn't do the things that they needed to do to be a doctor in this country. And then there was other folks that didn't, and they sacrificed their time and became doctors. So the biggest first challenge that I see with folks is language. The language of English. And how many people here, with a show of hands, is English is their first language? How many people here, English is their first language? Oh. Now, to build confidence, you need a strong command of the English language. And if you don't possess that, it's very difficult to have a conversation with anyone, whether it's a job interview or it's just having a conversation. Now, it's funny, the other day I was speaking to someone who was from India, and I asked them, explain governance, risk, and compliance to me. And they explained it in English, and it was a little bit difficult. And then when they explained, and I said, explain it to me in Hindi, so I understand Hindi. And it was amazing. And so the lesson you take from that is, yes, in your own personal, mother's tongue, you possess this power of communication. But when it comes to translating it into English, it becomes very difficult. So what's the advice? So the first advice that I would give on building confidence is enhance your English. Really. You're in Canada, you have to be able to communicate in English efficiently and effectively. So how can you do that? What's a quick solution? Somebody give me the quick solution. It requires you to walk into a library, take a book, any book that you want. Every day for 5 minutes, read out loud. And I promise you, after 30 days, and record yourself. Record yourself on day 1, and then record yourself on day 30, 60, and 90. And what you will notice is a dramatic difference in how you speak. So number 1 is language. Number 2, culture. Now, one of the other things that happens with people that come to Canada is we end up hanging out with our own. The zebras hang out with the zebras, the giraffes hang out with the giraffes, the elephants hang out with the elephants, and it's okay. It is really okay to hang out with your own. But you have to learn about other cultures. If you look around right now, there are people here from all over the world. How much have you learned about folks, for example, from Africa, about folks from Pakistan, or from Pakistan to Palestine, or from Palestine to Australia? The Australia guy's gone. But how much have you learned? And so I go back to my story, growing up in Scarborough. And for those that know, Scarborough is very unique because every street has a different culture, different food, different language. And then it gets really micro, where you have, for example, a street of Indian food that has different areas of India. Because biryani in India has different cuisines all around India. So culture is very important. Now, taking another look is food. Food is one of the easiest things to talk about and learn. Anyone here from Somalia? Somalia, nice. Daro or Isa? North or south? Daro, nice. How do I know that? Well, first of all, they have some of the best rice and chicken in the world, and that hot sauce, that green hot sauce, amazing. And they have it with banana, believe it or not. And it's amazing, isn't it? Delicious. It really is. But when is the last time you walked into a Somalian restaurant and ate Somalian food? And this all leads to something called social engineering. If you're able to walk into an interview, and within a few seconds, that gentleman there is the one that's interviewing me, to say, hey, what part of Somalia are you from? And he goes, from the north, and you're able to talk about that for a few seconds, what kind of impact do you think that has? It's huge. But the problem is, we stay in our little box. And because I'm Indian, I'm going to pick on the Indian folks today, because it's the only one that I won't get in trouble with. And so, I have a problem with the Indian folks here. Not all of them, some of them. And that is, you come to this country, you got on that plane, right? You left your family, you left your friends, and you said, I'm going to come to Canada. But why? Why did you want to come to Canada? Anyone here from India? Actually, I think we had a couple of folks. Why did you come to Canada? Person from India here. Actually, let's ask Pakistan since you're in the front. Why did you come to Canada? Better opportunity, safer place, be able to speak freely. Quote, unquote, freely. Now that's a rabbit hole you don't want me to go down. So I have a question for you. How's the food here? What's better, the Pakistani food or the food over here? Really? Interesting, that's the first time someone has said that to me. And the reason why I say that is the food in your country is completely different than the food here. The environment healthcare. Healthcare used to be amazing. Now it takes 20 hours to get a doctor. You have to stand in line. So people came to Canada for an opportunity. But what they did is they didn't take an advantage of that opportunity. And what do? We got on that plane, cried, said goodbye to our family, and we said, I'm going to find I'm going to make something. I'm going to come to the land of opportunity. You arrive, you're motivated, you're driven, you're passionate, and then something happened along the way. Now, question, how many people here are looking for a job? Just with a show of hands, I know it's, yeah. How many people here work in cybersecurity or have studied cybersecurity but are working another job? How many people here are in junior roles in cybersecurity? And how many people here are in senior roles in cybersecurity? Wow. The senior folks need to hire the junior folks. That's what needs to happen, and we can solve everything in 5 minutes. Now, for those that decided to put their hand up and didn't decide to put their hand up, this is for you. And for those that are in the senior roles, this is for you as well. We need to really encourage the folks that are here and motivate them. And what the folks that have come to Canada, this is a message to you now. Disable Instagram. Disable Facebook. Disable Snapchat. Disable TikTok. And spend time on yourself. You came to this country not to watch Indian movies. I'm telling you, like straight up. You came to this country to learn, to become better, to become great. Don't lose that opportunity. The worst thing is to go back home and people ask you, what did you do? What did you learn? And you have zero to show for it. It's the worst thing. But you're in a country where there's so many opportunities, you have to grab the bull by the horn. So going back to confidence, the only way to build confidence right away is number one, increase the strength of your language and the ability to communicate. Get a book, do that. Number two, culture. I encourage you all today to go to someone from another country, just look around, and go up to them and say, hi, how are you? My name is so-and-so, I'm from Pakistan, where are you from? And build a relationship. Number three, go check out that Somali restaurant in Ottawa. Is there a Somali restaurant in Ottawa? There's a couple. Ask that gentleman there for a really good review on a Somali restaurant, but go out and eat other foods, other cuisines. And what that will allow you to do is build the ability to socially engineer with folks. Now, we're in cybersecurity and we talk about social engineering, but one of the things we miss out about social engineering is ourselves. The ability to speak to someone. And I'm not tooting my horn, I have the ability to speak to anyone, anytime, any place. I actually love it. Yesterday we were at Walmart, and even the folks that work at Walmart, I was being able to pick out, I was saying hello to them in their language, I was making jokes with them in their language, and they're looking at me going, what's going on here? And what that does is instantly, and we were trying to find this Santa Claus inflatable balloon. And we went to 3 different Walmarts, and it's out there in the cybersecurity escape room, and we couldn't find it. But finally, the third Walmart that we went to, because we built a little bit of like a connection, she went in the back and found it and brought it out to us. Why? Because it was a little bit of a, that thing that's important. Now, actually, I'm going to pause here for a second. Any questions about confidence? Pretty self-explanatory, right? Okay. We'll move on to branding. Now, branding. What does branding mean? So, I think I was born with one specific talent, and that's the ability to market things. And I think I do a really good job of it. I have a great team that we've been able to work together and build a really cool brand called CyberX. but I'm not here to talk about CyberX. I'm here to talk about you. And so with a show of hands, how many people here have their own personal websites? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, you're in the technology space, how difficult is it to create your own websites? Now, why would you do that? Why would you create your own website? Because it displays who you are in the age of technology. Imagine for a moment, you went out and bought a domain with your name in it, .com, and put your resume on there, a really nice, good-looking one. And by the way, we're just going to sidetrack on resumes. Let's stop using 1960 resumes, right? There's so many really cool resumes out there. I encourage you to go online and type up cool resumes, fun resumes, captivating resumes, and you're going to come across really, really nice resumes. Please do that. That's another side lesson. But website. Building a website, builds you confidence, right? Because you're like, whoa, I was able to put something together. And if you don't know how to build a website and you don't have the technology skills, nowadays you can jump online, learn it. But nowadays there's templates out there, you can build it. But you should have your information there. Your past jobs, your favorite food, things that you're doing. Basically, a place where you can display yourself. Websites. So I encourage you, again, please, over this weekend. Now here's the thing. There's only about maybe 10 people here that are actually going to do this. And unfortunately, the rest of the folks are not. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to be realistic. Why are the 10, 15 here going to do it? Because they're like, yeah, wait a minute. I should be doing something. And then the other folks are going to look at it and go, it's too much work. Let me just go back to Instagram. And so that's why I said disable all those things. Because what I do want you to do, one of the things, is take a look at your past, how much time you spent, right? You can do that on your phone nowadays, and try to decrease that time. I disabled all my social media except for LinkedIn about 3 years ago, and it was the greatest feeling ever. You feel liberated, you feel free, and you have so much more time. And the first thing that I did is I wrote a book, because I had so much time to do all these really cool things. So number 1, website, please. Number 2, how many people here have LinkedIn? A lot of people. How many people here have used their LinkedIn in the last week? Now, LinkedIn is a very powerful tool in helping you navigate a career in cybersecurity. Why? Anyone? Why is LinkedIn a powerful tool? Yes. Connections. What? Like how? This is how she found out about this event, is through LinkedIn. Connections. I'll tell you this much. I have made a lot of connections on LinkedIn. I mean, I'm here because of LinkedIn. LinkedIn is such an easy tool. And again, that's why I say disable all the other social media and spend your energy on LinkedIn. There's so many cool things you can do. You can join groups. You can learn from people. You can message people. You can just so much. It is a social community to help build your career. Because guess what people do when you go for a job interview? They Google you, right? When they Google you, the first couple of things that they should see is number 1, your website. Number 2, your LinkedIn profile. You don't have to find your Instagram with all the pictures of food you posted, which is great. But remember, you can take those pictures of really cool food that you created and put it on your website. So it builds a little bit of a personality. So number 2 is website. Number 3 is these sort of events, networking. And a lot of times, people shy away from events like this, or when they come, they don't take advantage. And so ask yourself this question: how many people today, since you've been here for the last 2 hours, in the last break, did you go up to someone brand new that you've never met? Or did you just connect with the same people you've seen before? Or did you just mind your business and walk around and not speak to people? And if you did that, you're missing a huge opportunity. Because I'm looking around at this room here, and right in the front, for example, we have senior leaders from where? Government? Private, the dark side. Nice. But before you were government. Yeah, you look very government. And then you went to the private side. Nice. But there are folks all around that all you have to do is introduce yourself. Now the problem is, well, wait, Mahdi, I'm shy. And the reason why you're shy is because you have not built the confidence to have that conversation like this. And you can't do that if you haven't learned a little bit about different cultures. You have not learned a little bit about the food, the language, the religion, geography, just simple, the capital. Someone says to you, hey, I'm from India. What is the capital of India? You should know it. There's so many Indians here, for those that are non-Indian, to meet someone that's Indian. And so the only way to spark the conversation a lot of times is, well, how do I start off? What do I say? And that comes down to social engineering. And the only way you're going to build that confidence, as I said before, is to go back to square one. So now, we've talked about confidence, we've talked about branding, and how to stand out. And now we're going to talk about probably the most challenging problem that folks face in navigating their career in cybersecurity, and that's experience, right? So what do? You just go, okay, I don't have experience. How many resumes have you sent and not received an answer? How many interviews have you gone into and you just didn't get the call back? And in the back of your head, do you sometimes think maybe it was my experience? Yeah? For you, experience. And many people. It's the number one challenge. I speak to, and I teach at, for example, at Seneca College, and I go through probably about 50, 60 kids. We also put on cybersecurity events in Toronto, and I come across thousands and thousands of folks and messaging me on LinkedIn and saying, Mahdi, we need experience. How do we get experience? And so for the last 7 years, I've been giving this particular advice on how to build experience. So for the senior folks, hopefully you're gonna be like, yeah, you know what, I get that. That's what I should be talking about. For the folks that can't find a job, for the folks that are working in another world and they want to be working in cybersecurity, this is how you build experience. And it's very easy. But it requires you to spend time on yourself. And so number one is self-learning. Now you're like, what does that mean? If you go on YouTube and you type up SAN certification or penetration testing or blue teaming or anything, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of content. When is the last time you actually listen to them all? Now remember, when you learn something and you hear it for the first time, you only retain about 10% of that information. And sometimes it becomes daunting because you're like, I only got 10% of this. How do you get to 100? And here's a simple formula. It's actually, once I say it, I'm like, that makes total sense. So number one, you learn something, right? So you're learning about penetration testing. You're like, I don't know too much about it, let me learn about it. You go on, you learn beginners. Then you go to, let's just talk about beginners. You go to beginners. The way to go from 10% to 20% is now to learn more about it. Really. Go to the library, go online, find other resources, highlight words that you didn't understand, ask people, and learn more. Now you're getting to 20, 25, 30% potentially. Then what do? Teach it to someone. Teach it to anyone. Teach it to a friend. Teach it to a family. Once you teach something, you get to that 50, 60%. And then what do? Teach it to a 5-year-old. And so it's interesting there was a story that someone told me some time ago, and that was about archery. And you can, if you want to learn about archery, you're going to go learn about it online. Then you're going to go take lessons. You're going to learn about it. And then you're going to get better, and you're going to practice, spend time. And then eventually you're going to get to a certain point where you want to master it. And so what they do in this particular archery course is you got to go and teach 8-year-olds on how to do it. And imagine, you have to now get very technical. You have to get very involved to explain it. So you start mastering something. So lesson number 1 of building experience is self-learning. Now, imagine for a moment you walked into an interview and you said, look, I didn't take the $20,000 SANS training. Just straight up, I didn't take it. Because you don't have it. You don't have certified ethical hacker. You haven't, went to any of these certifications out there. You don't have it because A, you don't have the money, or B, you've taken certain certifications and unfortunately, they're not there. I guess, that's the right word to say, but they just don't have that that you needed because everyone's taking it and it's 6 weeks. So imagine though you walked into an interview and you said, look, I'm going to be very blunt with you. I have not taken the SANS certification training. However, I learned it myself. You can ask me any question and I know it. And I hope after I get this job that I'll have enough money to go out and get that certification. Imagine just for a moment doing that. But it takes confidence as well. And I know people that have done that and have gotten a job just doing that. So self-learning, there's so much information out there on YouTube, there's so much information online, there's so much information on LinkedIn where you can start taking courses and building and learning. And then continue, keep going. Number 2 is competitions, right? There's a capture the flag around the corner here. There's capture the flags and hackathons that happen all the time. How many folks here have been involved in a bug bounty? How many folks here that are new to cyber have a try hack me account? What do you rank as? When's the last time you used it? And so imagine walking to an interview with no experience and saying, my try hack me score or ranking is 5,000. That's a big number. That's a very, very big number. But why can't you get into the top 50? Now, a person sitting on the other side is going to go, holy beep. This person doesn't have the experience, but they're able to, show that. Okay, so I'm going to get down. I've got about 5 minutes left. Yeah, we're going to end this off very, very quickly here. So, no excuses. That's it. All right, square one. We're going to speed through this now. What's the most powerful word in the English dictionary? Anyone know what it is? Why? Why is the most powerful word in the English dictionary? My son, who's 5 years old, all he does is ask me why. Why is the sky blue? Why is this? Why is that? What happens along the way as you get older is we stop asking why. I want you all to ask yourself, why did you come to Canada? Why are you in cybersecurity? Why are you not getting that job? Face the truth. Face your truth. Number 2 is creativity. Remember when we were kids? When you were in kindergarten or grade 1, and I got a junior kindergarten kid right now, and what he does when he comes home, and I ask him, what did you do today? He's like, I made a sandcastle. When's the last time you drew on a piece of paper with crayons, a house, a picket fence, and a sun? Why is that important? Because it takes you back to the ability of creativity. One of the things that we are missing is creativity. We come here, we start working, we get involved with so many things, and we miss out on creativity. Last thing is love. You gotta have love for what you do. If you don't have love for what you're doing, don't do it. Get up, go home, get into something else. Because if you don't love what you're doing, what's the point? I wake up every morning loving what I do. And the end lesson here is resiliency. You're tested with 3 things in this world: health, wealth, and family. Everyone, every single person here has been tested with all these three things, and they're happening all the time. Sometimes it's the money problem, health problem, family problem, they're always taking you down. But then guess what? You go home at night, you put your head on the pillow, you wake up in the morning and you wake up. So I'm going to end off with one of my heroes, Rocky Balboa, Sylvester Stallone. And in Rocky 5, he says a very powerful thing to his son, and he goes, look, in this life, you're going to get beat down, left, right, and center. It's about you getting up. So I encourage you all, as I end off here, to get up, to build that resiliency, to find that purpose of why. I want to thank you all for the time you spent with me today. I want to thank the volunteers at BSides, all the folks in the yellow shirt. I encourage the senior leaders, please go out to them, say hello, find out what they're doing. They're all looking for a job. I want to again thank the organizers of BSide, all the sponsors, partners, and for you all listening to me for these last 45 minutes. Thank you. I'll take, we've got a couple minutes? 5 minutes? All right, I'll take some interesting questions only, please. I said a lot. There, we got one. We got one right here. Yes.
Simple word, equivalency. I'm an expatriate line lead, came to Canada 50 years ago. My education ended in '64 at a College of Advanced Technology in the UK, and I can't get hold of my original diploma. Nowadays, the government of Canada requires access to your original diploma. How do you compensate for equivalency?
Well, you've got an administrative problem there, it seems like. And I mean, I'm not an administrative person that deals with, I hate red tape. Part of me makes me allergic coming to Ottawa because of exactly that. What's the answer to that? I mean, just thinking out loud, what I would do in your situation is, A, go to London, get some good fish and chips, and a jacket potato, and figure it out from there. That's the only thing you really can do. Doing things from here is very difficult, so unfortunately, that's what you're going to have to do. Now, if you're asking about, equivalence, you've got to tell that story. Wherever you are in your job resume, people are understanding to this fact. If you're able to show a little bit of proof that you've done that, it'll go a long way. But if they're like, no, we need that piece of paper, well, I'm sorry to say, you're a little bit shit out of luck. The only way is an Air Canada flight, 7:30 p.m. to Heathrow Airport. It's the only way to figure that out. Sorry to say. Hopefully that's a good one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so again, it's not really an interesting question. It's just something that I've done throughout my career when I'm hiring people and putting teams together. And I think a lot of people miss this, and I didn't really see it in your presentation. But when people are thinking about talking about experience, so let's say they just started in cybersecurity, they should really think about those experiences that are outside the box that'll help them. Specifically, things like, how do I do risk management? Well, I've been doing risk management all my life. Even if you're not in cybersecurity, you're doing risk management all the time. And diverse communities have different ways or different views on risk management. So, having never experienced racism, when I walk down the street, we were talking about going home and people picking on you. So your threat management, your risk management is different than mine. And people who are new to cybersecurity might not have that technical background, might not have that years and years and years of experience in the cybersecurity industry, but they have experiences. So think outside the box when you're going forward with what your experiences are, so you can bring that and make it highlighted. My diversity brings something to your team that you don't have, or you might not have.
So here's another one. This is a lesson, bonus lesson. And I'll be very quick with this, and thank you for that question. One of the ways to build experience, and I've seen people do this all the time, is, first of all, build your brand. have a website, have all that information that I talked about, have that confidence, all of that stuff. And then go door to door to businesses. Imagine for a moment you're studying cybersecurity at threat intelligence at University of Toronto, and you walk in with, and you can't find a job, and you have zero experience, and you go to a bunch of small mom and pop businesses, and you walk in and say, hi, my name is John Doe, I'm currently studying threat intelligence at the University of Toronto, and what I would like to offer you for free is a vulnerability assessment. And obviously you're not going to use those words because they're going to be like, what language are you speaking? But you're going to say, I would like to help you with your cybersecurity defense. It's absolutely free. Here's a letter from my teacher that says I'm allowed to do this. I would like to help you. If you go to 10 businesses, guess how many will say, yes, help you, for free? The average is about 4. Then what happens? 4 people you help, 3 things happen from there. Number 1, they hire you now. Or they say, hey, can you do this for us? Can you add this for us? And now you're suddenly getting to this conversation where you're now consulting and helping. Number 2 is they'll refer you to someone else. And number 3, worst case scenario, they'll say, goodbye, I don't want to speak to you again. But guess what? You get to add that to your resume, you get to add that to your LinkedIn, and after a month, you have 20 companies that you've helped build their cyber resiliency. That's an easy way to build experience that costs absolutely nothing other than your time. One more, and then we're done. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. It's more a comment. Thank you very much for the talk. It definitely triggered something in me, though, because in the very beginning you're talking about cultural differences. And if you're, I would like to suggest that if someone is looking for career progression, you need to deal with other cultures. As a unilingual, white, older guy, I still have to take language courses and writing courses to talk to the executive culture, et cetera, et cetera. That's my single comment. It doesn't stop at any point.
Love it. Great way to end this off. Keep learning, keep building, and that's the moral of the story. Yeah? Again, thank you very much, everyone. Make sure you check out the Cybersecurity Escape Room, and have yourself a wonderful 2 days. Thank you.
This is happening today. We have tools in various sectors of cybersecurity where AI is just helping you do all those things that would have been impossible a few years ago. So, as we sprint into this future with AI, I just want to keep one thing in mind, and that's very crucial. Even though it is being perceived like AI can do everything, AI is still not a magic wand. AI cannot alone do or achieve everything that we think it can, not at least at this stage that we got. Well, there has been talks about AI replacing humans and AI doing different things and human job loss, etc., etc. At least when in 2022 November, as ChatGPT became commercialized, things started, boiling down. Every conference that I went to, I kept hearing about this talk, hey, is AI going to take our jobs? Are we going to have job losses? I don't think so. You are all professionals. You have been in the field. AI has been here for a couple of years now. I don't think that we are seeing rapid job losses because of AI. I think what's happening is more towards that perfect blend where AI and humans are working together as it should be. So as I said, we're going to start a little bit by looking at the good side of AI. What do we got today? In your day-to-day, in your cyber professional experience, you probably would have either using something related to AI, an AI tool, for threat intelligence, for malware, for something related to incident response. If not, you should look into them. They're really, really good. At a rapid speed, they can, I would say, they can look into your large amount of data. They can look into all of those emails coming in and out. They can look into all those, issues popping up, events popping up, and you don't even need to look at them because it's taking care of itself. AI today has the capability to solve a problem even before an analyst can get to it. It is not only just looking at it, it is also analyzing it, detecting the pattern, figuring out what steps could be. It is also sometimes filling out documentations, providing results, even updating those playbooks for you. So today in this environment, we got tools and AI-related tools, which is taking care of all of that, which would have been something we would never thought about because until AI became commercialized to this level. So there's definitely so much good about it. Just if we look into one of those examples, the financial sector, banking industry, I'm not gonna name any examples here, so I will just focus on one of those financial sector examples where AI today can even identify if there has been any issues with your credit card transaction. It will quickly identify, it will quickly block, it will inform about that to an analyst or who would reach out to you. And this in return would save you so much back and forth. Human intervention is merely needed. AI alone can do all of these repetitive tasks itself without humans needed to be involved at this level. Looking into a few more goods here. So if I take a moment to think back where we are, just like we were talking, from the days of the antiviruses, days of the firewalls, days of the IT security impact share, to where we are today. With AI-driven security programs analyzing the network traffic, the log monitoring, the emails, the threat detection, the incident response, all in and all good. We all have come a long way. We are seeing the good, reaping the benefit, going from one place to another without even, feeling the pain of this way. We have the threat response with AI, different system, which is risk-based. It's assessing the risk level, mapping all those, and then doing a complete check. We have network log monitoring, etc., so on and so forth. I think I covered a lot about those goods, and they boil down to giving you or helping you that helping hand, that friend that never sleeps and is always working 24/7. Something that was also described this morning during the keynote, that having that friend that never sleeps, working 24/7, 365 days, it's something we can dream of, and it is a reality today. But you're all here to not talk about the good or just about the good today. You're all here to also know about the AI security and the balance of things. So I'm going to quickly go a little bit on to the other side. So as you see, I have an example, and this is very close to me because this happened to me several times, and I have put my thoughts about it in my social media too. So what has happened is I was definitely trying to write a paper, and I was trying to submit it, and this is one of the commercially available AI checkers. You can try this example yourself, and I would love to know if you have already done so and what are your thoughts. I have written a draft down, and of course, my best friend ChatGPT helped me to get there. And after I finished that, what I've done is I've copy-pasted because I wanted to know what the results is going to be from the AI checker. This is not a non-paid version, generally available. The results you see is 30% on the screen, and you'll probably be asking me, why are you even bringing this up? That's still normal. To you guys' surprise, what is showing 30% was completely written by my best friend ChatGPT here. Why do I have this as an example? Because a few moments ago, when I actually spent a couple of hours writing everything down on my own, and I put that into the AI checker, it has a 90% match. Why that happened? I have no idea. I don't think I would ever know. I tried spreading the word in my community. I tried asking a few questions to different people, and everybody came back with similar answer, if not the same. They're all facing the same problem. They have seen this as an example, and they don't know the answers themselves. AI today, at its current form, is doing so much work for us, but it's still like one of those aloof friends. When you ask it something, why has it happened? It would probably say it doesn't know. How would you figure out why you got to a result? And I'm specifically talking about the generally available, the commercialized AI, out-of-the-box AI. Most of us on our day-to-day might not have our own access to our own or company-owned LLMs with clear clarifications that is out there, how to know how it got to this answers. Most of us with those checkers and those AI models that are out there would never know how it got to that answer. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the tip of the example that's gonna follow. And I only use that as an opening segue to the next point. Just like what was discussed this morning in the keynote session, there are some parts of AI that we would possibly need to think about and think hard. Hallucination was discussed as one of the problems, because hallucinations, it can lead to not just issues, it can lead to catastrophic failures. And sometimes the answer we get from AI is not just arrogantly wrong, it is dangerously wrong. And hallucinations could lead to reputational damage, could lead to all sorts of problem and lose that customer trust. I don't want to go into the details of AI hallucinations because you've probably heard enough sessions which talks about what AI hallucination is, but it is a thing today. In case you have faced it, I would really love to know during the discussions, during the questioning period, what are your thoughts about it? Next point, I would say the interpretability. I'll come to that with an example. Let's say, I think many of you are driving electronic vehicles, e-vehicles. In a few years, if not already, AI is within that vehicle. You are just giving instructions and it's taking you wherever you want it. And suddenly it took a wrong turn, and you just asked why it did so, and the answer is, it doesn't want to tell you. It doesn't know, or it doesn't want to tell you. You would be very, very irritated by that answer. That is the simplest form of example. Going back to my AI checker example, that is also another form of AI interpretability. The AI that we got today have this issue. There are so many publicly available AI tools, including, as I keep referring to my best friend ChatGPT. So many times I'm putting a question, asking, and the answers is not right. Especially, I would say in a recent example, my husband, he is in cyber and he loves using AI because he's also in product. He was taking examples or asking ChatGPT to write different codes or help him with the codes himself. But soon enough, he realized that the codes that's coming out might not all be nested together. So whenever a question goes in, the answer is just directly for that question. It has no, I would say, recollection of different ways of putting it all together, looking at the holistic view. It's just spitting out the answer for the question it has in hand today. You might have a different experience in different AI or LLM chatbot or other models that you have used today, but I'm still going to focus on the generally available AIs and the experience with that. AI bias is a thing, and you can see one of the easiest example with the resume collectors. There has been few examples out in the industry already where the resume sorting tool with AI capabilities have been diagnosed, I would say, with AI bias. It is out there, it's happening, and it's still not been cured in a way or not at its best form. It's still there, and it definitely needs a lot more, I would say, refreshments and work to be done to kind of get it at a better state. And last but my most favorite topic, I would go back to the initial example that I've given about the AI chatbot within the startup where it started spewing the personal data. A topic very close to my heart about legal and regulatory discrepancies or issues that is happening through AI chatbot. I can only recall one of the examples today where a chatbot given a wrong suggestion to a customer that costed an airlines company quite a big fine because that was reported to be the wrong answer. That's one of the examples, but there have been instances where AI chatbot started spewing personal information of customers that led to fines or other issues. On that note, I would also like to say inputting your own personal information in an AI chatbot is also highly not encouraged. So be mindful of that. We talked a lot about the good, the bad, the issues that is happening. In the end, I would want to focus on how exactly can we solve this, because this has been going on. There are issues, there are problems, but in the end, AI still has a lot to offer. So as a company, where should you start? This has been the biggest question. And as I said initially, I have some answers. If not, I don't have all the answers. I'm open to learning more and open to a discussion. My general understanding, a general thing that I have been adopting in my own company is starting to ask the right questions. BDD, or vendor due diligence. This is an example in case you're buying an AI tool or adopting an AI tool into your environment. Where do you get started? It's like while you're doing a vendor due diligence or a supplier evaluation, very common practice, you should always ask by their practices. With AI, you can ask like what type of data is going to be shared between you and them. How are they going to protect that data? Where is that data going to be stored, and who is it going to be shared with? Is personal or sensitive data going to be involved? You should also ask about their incident practices, their breach practices, how exactly if something happens on their site, they're going to inform you about it, and what can you do about it? These are like the very few basic questions that you can get started with. It goes on and on. It can go about BCPs, it can go about DR, it can go about general legal or financial implications, so on and so forth. But in case you're one of those organizations where you are implementing an AI, an out-of-the-box, generally available AI, into your environment, you should definitely start by vendor due diligence. Start by the general questions. Start by asking security practices of your vendor and going to the privacy practices of your vendor. Sometimes quality is also a good place to start. You want to know about their quality assurance practices, how that AI is built, what are the practices, how are they testing. One of these questions actually came to me as what is going to happen because of the nature of AI and how things are changing rapidly. And the answers, there is, as we talked about, interpretability. There is no set form. How is my team going to test those AI and their output? There is no right or wrong way to say here. You just have to have your own questions into a way that will deliver your exact requirements, where you started with, and kind of go from there. That could be a very initial few questions to get you started. Now on the second scenario, in case you are adapting AI or you are building AI into your environment, or you're putting AI or, I don't know, making AI, which is one of those use cases, building your own LLM, even though if you stick to the basic first requirement where you're implementing AI from a third party, these examples or these few controls, technical security controls, are still very, very much applicable. I would say start by encryption. Everything that you see, you're probably thinking this is very basic, but that's what matters, going back to the basic. For security controls, encryption has been a tried and tested thing forever, no matter which one you do and how you do it. From encryption, you can do about access controls. You can talk about DR and BCPs, and you can talk about security audits. So going back to encryption, you want to know what are the encryption practices you're establishing. If you already have one, making sure you have that for your AI. You want to look into that security audits and checks and keep on doing them periodically, making sure they're happening in the right way, and making sure you're getting those results and reports in a periodic manner, and of course, taking them higher up. Those are basic things you're already doing, and you need to continue doing that with your AI tool in practice. Access control, I don't need to go into details. It's so very important. It needs to be there. MFA, basic requirements, making sure zero trust, whatever your practices are, you have to kind of stick to that, and it may be expanded to a larger level, to a greater level while using AI. Privacy practice is another one of those things. Data minimization, as I say. You should not collect more than you need, because the more you collect, the more you are in the process of getting lost. Data privacy has been one of the biggest concerns with AI. So privacy practice, along with your security, should be the forefront of your implementation. Making sure you're doing those PIAs, making sure you're only collecting what you need, and constantly monitoring the risk of the data that you're collecting or storing. That is going to be one of those checks that you implement if you do not have that already. You should look into data classification and retention. I talk about them in parallel because it all comes down to the data lifecycle. What are you collecting? Whatever you're collecting, how you're tagging them, and how does it look like in the end for them? Where is it going? I have many customers asking me, why are you collecting my data? My answer is very simple. I want to give you better results. But if you're uncomfortable, I am okay with not collecting your data. Whatever the customer's direction is, we kind of go from there. But I truly believe sometimes to get that finesse result, like you yourself are putting information in ChatGPT, and that is refining the results better and better and better as long as within your environment. So same way, if I'm getting that information to give my customer a better result, that is the sole purpose of collecting the data. However, data minimization should be still your forefront, making sure you're not collecting too much than you need to give that better results, making sure you're classifying your data to sensitive, critical, whatever you have going on as a labeling mechanism, making sure you have a strict retention period according to your industry for those data, and you're definitely following that. And your security audit checks or privacy audit checks are a very, very great point on that to make sure that you're deleting that customer information. So next time you go in front of a customer or be sit in a customer audit, it doesn't become a finding or a critical issue for you. And then last but not the least, my most favorite and most complicated topic, awareness, training. I don't know how much I can stress upon that. Can I go to the next slide? Training, when it comes to adoption, when it comes to generally, I would say, upskilling, when it comes to making sure that the people who are using your AI today are actually going to work with the AI tool is up to that speed. I've been in several conversations where people who are building that AI today do not have the necessary knowledge about AI product building. They're mostly product developers and they've never been trained. So I cannot stress upon the fact how important it is to build that awareness, to upskill your people. It starts from whether you're building your own AI or adopting a generally available AI model or tool. You need to spend time upskilling your people. You need to spend time sending out those awareness campaigns so they understand the security and privacy of working with AI or alongside with AI. It's extremely important. Sometimes it's a cultural thing, so I highly encourage you to talk to your senior executives so the culture can come from the top. But without the proper training, without the proper upskilling, without the proper awareness, and I see that like as two parts of it, upskilling and awareness. There is no other way. We don't know everything. I don't know everything. But with continuous improvement, with continuous learning, with awareness, with upskilling, I can get there. Every developer can get there to help build that security, privacy within your AI scope. So again, coming back to awareness and training, it's very, very important to get there. Last but not the least, transparency, and this is a bigger topic, so I'm just going to touch on it and leave it at there. Building an ethical AI is so very important, especially if you're making one. AI, the way I see it today, it's like when you as a student or when you as an individual was starting out in a new career. When you started out in the cybersecurity career, for an example, you didn't know everything. You were brand new. You didn't know which way to go, what to do. You had someone, a guide, a mentor, a peer, who helped you get to a direction, who helped you understand what's good from the bad, who helped you to get that ethical consideration so you can become more effective. AI, generally available AI today, is at the same stage. So whenever you're building that AI or working with that AI, training that AI, it's very, very important to have that ethical consideration as well to build into that ethics. Human oversight is the last topic I'm going to cover here today, because without that, I think we are going nowhere. Just like I said, there has been many talks since 2022 November until I think it's going to go on that humans are going to be replaced, it's all going to be AI. I truly don't believe that. I think humans are the key to getting us successful. Humans are the key to getting AI successful, AI becoming more efficient and effective. Just like I used the example, AI at this stage needs human guidance, human interference. I don't know how many of you are facing the same issue that I am facing today, but one of my biggest challenges today is building this, parity between where AI stops and human intervention or human oversight begin. Yes, of course, my company wanted to have that latest and greatest automation technology, and we have that. But that does not mean I can simply not have an analyst. Without an analyst, it's getting very difficult to have that. So I spoke with my management, I got that human oversight. Today, we are trying to create that balance that yes, AI would be directly responsible for doing all the automation activities where the human analyst would be focused on overseeing, strategic thinking, critical thinking, looking at the bigger holistic picture that AI today lacks. On that example, the only thing I can think of is AI is so great at doing repetitive tasks. Even before you get to them, it could be finished and done for you. But when it comes to looking at the business, looking at the department, looking at the function, looking at the geopolitical and other risks, AI is lacking that holistic view today. It is good at doing the redundant, the repetitive tasks, but when it comes to the wholesome experience, you need that human crucial to have that understanding and work from that understanding. For example, let's say that AI who helped block that transaction, what happens if that transaction is due to a merger that the AI did not even got trained on? Only a human would know that this has happened for this new company on a different country, and because of that, that transaction was happening. So human oversight is very, very crucial. Balancing that human oversight and making sure that they're both working together would be the next best step. For healthcare, just as an example, it could very well be AI taking care of all those heavy lifting, that analyzing images and so on and so forth. A doctor could be the one giving the actual diagnosis and doing the patient care and taking care of the bedside manner. In a cooking example, you are the one taking care of the last flare while your, your mixer grinder is the one taking care of the heavy lifting. Not the most perfect example, but it is kind of the way I'm seeing it, with the AI doing all the heavy lifting, the redundant, the repetitive tasks for you, and human oversight becoming that key crucial element to bind it all together. In conclusion, the takeaway is simple. We live in a very nuanced and chaotic world where AI alone is not perfect, and neither is it most secure. So as humans, the responsibility lies with us. Where we want to go, how we want to use this greatest and latest thing that we have in our hand. We need to give it guidance, we need to keep it secure. We talked about different security measures, we talked about the guidance that only humans can provide, and it is going to be so very crucial for the next steps. I would say, as we move forward, let's remember that AI alone is not enough, and neither are human. The perfect balance, the perfect parity only happens when both of these two ends work together, and that way we only can look at the best of technology and best of human insight and go towards the good future. I have my details shared. I would end it over there. I think I have a few minutes if there is any other questions on this, but thank you so much for joining.
So working in some AI-related projects myself and everything, one of the big questions that always comes up is the training data and what are you actually training the AI on? And we know that there's been a lot of questions with respect to copyright and the issues around some of the big company LLMs that have gone out and just scraped the entire internet for their data sets. In the security framework, where do you think we're going to get the data sets to train these AIs on, given how people don't want to share security breaches and things like that? Where do you see that going?
That's a really great question, because I face that today myself. I have customers who are very protective about the data, but they want the latest and the greatest. So I might sound a bit extremist in this way, but my message has already been very straightforward for them. You want the latest and the greatest, you have to kind of come to a middle ground. We alone with I would say the QA data, the fake data, alone cannot provide you the latest and the greatest. In order for me to understand how to serve you better, you have to come to an agreement. We can start by data minimization, as I said. Whatever they agree to, we can just stick to that. But without having anything shared, it is becoming very hard for provide them what they need. So our customers, even though they serve a very regulated industry, has been very open to this kind of discussion, and they have understood. They do have very strict regulation about how long we can store some information and how we can process them, but I've seen some changes about willingness to share some information.
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony. I like the concluding part of your presentation when you talked about balancing AI when you do automation with human. That just reminds me of fact checking for AI. But my question is the ethical use of this AI. Just following up on the previous question about intellectual property, privacy. One of the things I've seen is, looking at the example you gave when you put your work into these tools, how do we really tread the line, especially when we are trying to stay ethical using AI?
I would say this is a very broad arena. First of all, there's definitely some guidelines or some frameworks that is already generally available that you can look at to understand the ethical practices. In case you're building AI or you are adopting AI, you can take a look at that, what these guidelines are stating as an ethical practice. But for a generally day-to-day, it becomes a very, gray box the way I see it. I would definitely go back to one of my examples and where we are building something related to AI, and it comes down to the very basic checks. So I would say we start by understanding what exactly we need to provide as a result and how to get there. It doesn't always have to be perfect, but it needs to have the basic requirements fulfilled. Ethics can mean different things for different people, but on its down the line, on the bottom line, it's all about making sure that what is your requirement and what is your tool providing. If that matches, you have a parity. And for other guidance, I generally tend to look at all these, I would say, regulations and laws that's coming in, and that provides me with an understanding of what are the good practices, what are the acceptable practices at this standard. And sometimes I would say, I'm not perfect, we are not perfect, AI is still evolving, the regulations evolving, we learn from making mistakes. We constantly do our internal audits, we constantly do our checks to make sure that things are at parity, things are working. If something sticks out, then we go ahead and fix that. One more question?
Last question.
Hi, thanks for the wonderful talk. I want to go back to actually the first question and drill down on that a little bit. And I would love to hear your thoughts on basically the attack surface here. You almost mentioned model poisoning, and that's clearly the central threat when it comes to AI. But the problem is, and I was going to push back a little bit on some of your suggestions, you say, okay, well, we need data minimization. I mean, that's the exact opposite of how these large models work, right? You need billions of parameters. You don't get the opportunity to have data minimization. And so I'm just wondering, given the threat space of model poisoning, any insight there?
Absolutely, and that's a great question. The challenges of balancing security and privacy with AI. Something I have faced myself again. To answer this question, I would go back to some of the basic requirements of data privacy, the way I see it, and also combine one of the questions that was asked before, the ethics. So, of course, you need data points, you need information to build your AI, to train your AI, to go from there. Whoever you are getting that data from, make sure you get their permission. So one of the core processes or one of the core examples or controls of GDPR is to seek permission and only to process that data when you have that. So for our customers, we start by asking their questions and making them understand, hey, if you don't get this, you're not going to get this. Are you okay with that? Helping them understand where they stand with or without their data. Minimization, it's the basic requirement, absolutely, but it should all start with getting, their consent. Consent is the key. Even for generally available personal information, not your just customer's information, you should start by getting their consent. If they're not comfortable, you cannot have that, but you should always challenge back and make them understand that if they don't give it to you, what are they going to lose out? That has helped us to get a lot many customers in line, to get a lot many customers to agree with us, because everybody wants the latest and the greatest. Nobody is just going to say, no, it's okay. Yes, there would be people, but most people would agree to it when you reason with them. But without consent, that's where minimization comes into practice. Without consent, without helping them understand what you're taking from them and what's going to happen to that, that's where all the violations and fines come in. So make sure you get that consent. That would be my answer.
To think about how the places that we go to every day, the things that are possible for us every day, would not have been possible had it not been for those who came before us. We also sometimes forget to think about how deep down the human spirit knows that all lives are interconnected. It's that interconnection that I want to talk about today, with the help of a story about a man named Eddie from the book.
Good luck.
And it begins at the end, with Eddie dying in the sun. It might seem strange to start a story with the ending of someone dying, but all endings are also beginnings. We just don't know it at the time. A little deep for after lunch, I hope that's okay. I'm going to read from the book just a few paragraphs. The last hour of Eddie's life was spent, like most of the others, at Ruby Pier, an amusement park by a great gray ocean. The park had the usual attractions: a boardwalk, a Ferris wheel, roller coasters, bumper cars, a taffy stand, and an arcade where you could shoot streams of water into a clown's mouth. It also had a big new ride called Freddy's Free Fall, and this would be where Eddie would be killed, in an accident that would make newspapers around the state. At the time of his death, Eddie was a squat, white-haired old man with a short neck, a barrel chest, thick forearms, and a faded army tattoo on his right shoulder. His legs were thin and veined now, and his left knee, wounded in the war, was ruined by arthritis. He used a cane to get around. His face was broad and craggy from the sun, with salty whiskers and a lower jaw that protruded slightly, making him look prouder than he felt. He kept a cigarette behind his left ear and a ring of keys hooked to his belt. He wore rubber-soled shoes, and he wore an old linen cap. His pale brown uniform suggested a working man, and a working man he was. Eddie's job was maintaining the rides, which really meant keeping them safe. Every afternoon, he walked the park, checking on each attraction, from the tilt-a-whirl to the pipeline plunge. He looked for broken boards, loose belts, worn-out steel. Sometimes he would stop, his eyes glazing over, and people walking by had thought that something was perhaps wrong with him. But he was listening, that's all. After all those years, he could hear trouble, he said, in the spits and spreaders and thrumming of the equipment. It goes on to describe more about Eddie, to help you understand him a little bit, and how he died thinking that he really should have done more with his life, but perhaps he couldn't and he was held back. But I'm going to skip to his death now, where he sacrifices his own life to save a little girl. In those final moments, Eddie seemed to hear the whole world. Distant screaming, waves, music, a rush of wind, a low, loud, ugly sound that he realized was his own voice, blasting through his chest. The little girl raised her arms and Eddie lunged, his bad leg buckled. He half flew, half stumbled toward her, landing on the metal platform, which ripped through his shirt and split open his skin, just beneath the patch that read Eddie and maintenance. He felt two hands in his, two small hands, a stunning impact, a blinding flash of light, and then nothing. The book goes on to describe how Eddie wakes up in a place that looks like the amusement park at Ruby Pier, but it isn't. It's actually heaven. And then he goes on to learn that in heaven, you meet 5 people. And these 5 people, were each in his life for a reason. And how he might not have known the reason at the time, but heaven is about understanding that reason and understanding your own life through the stories of those people who have an alternative view to your own. So the book shows 2 points of view, for each event that happens in 2 angles. So why am I telling you this? Is it because I think that cybersecurity is like heaven? Maybe for some of you it is. For some of you it's not. Depending on who you are and what you're working through. The reason that I'm telling you this is because in my years of leading digital transformation in organizations, I started to think about the patterns that emerge. And if you're in cybersecurity, I understand that you like patterns and you like blips and you like to find those things. And so I started to think about the kinds of people that I seem to meet when trying to affect cybersecurity transformation or digital transformation. And sometimes you sort of see the same faces, the same sorts of characters, or the same types of people, or the same personas. So if you're familiar with design work, you might use personas to capture sort of the category or type of person you might be working with so that you can design in a more human-centered or user-centered kind of way. So when I started to think, well, what are some of these personas that we encounter often? And in doing a little bit of research, I'm actually wondering what you think as well about these personas and whether or not there are other personas you might add to the mix. And by thinking about some of these personas, you can start to understand how to inform your own actions, right? If you start to understand someone's needs or what they're thinking about or how they can affect a digital or cyber transformation, then you can think about how to inform your own actions to make yourself more successful. What more would we understand more about everyone that is beside us? Even if you look at the person sitting beside you, what had to happen to them in order for them to be here today? What are the things that they're thinking about? What are some of those needs? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start us off with the first one. But I'd love to know, if I show of hands as well, whether or not you agree with this idea. Ta-da! The under-resourced IT leader. Okay, maybe some of you are this under-resourced IT leader, or you've worked with this person. Can I have a show of hands, if this resonates with you? Yes? Is this a person that you've encountered? Here we go. And if you think about, Matt's keynote earlier this morning as well, we talked about how things are changing all the time, and there's so much to keep up with. And almost by nature, you're going to be, under-resourced if you're an IT leader in an organization that is going through transformation, of some kind. And so, if you are coming in as an external cybersecurity support, if you're selling a product or a service, for them, what you might do is you might come in and, as you're asked, and perhaps do some assessment where they're at, provide some advice and some recommendations, and see where that lands, and then keep going. If you're part of an internal cyber team, that might look a little bit different. But for them, you're one of many, many different concerns, many priorities that they might be trying to balance. Lots of things going on in terms of the business priorities, where they're trying to get the organization to, everything that's happened in the past and everything that's looking forward. And if you can understand those things better as a cybersecurity expert or with that perspective that you've got coming in, then it makes it easier for you to speak to them in their own terms and to understand how to help them by connecting the dots perhaps, within their world. And so that would be one example of how you might look at how to work with someone who is an under-resourced IT leader, for instance. Okay, but having those 2 different perspectives, come in. It's funny, there's one story, in the book, one of the people that Eddie meets in the book is one where he's like a little boy running across the street after a ball, and he continues running after the ball, and everything's just fine. But he has a car kind of stop, and that is almost hit him. And then that man has a very different story with respect to how that impact of him running across the street after a ball impacts that man's life. So sometimes it's very different. You might keep going chasing the ball you got, but someone else might be quite impacted by what you've done or what you've said. All right, any guesses? Any suggestions or guesses as to another kind of persona that you might be in cybersecurity? someone who's an executive. All right. The skeptical executive. Anyone met one of those? Hands up? Yeah. It's a lot of fun, right? I've got 2 hands over here. So, skeptical executive, there is one in every transformation I've seen, every digital or cyber transformation. There is generally one, and it makes sense because they're going from a place where cybersecurity was one thing, and maybe they viewed it one way, but transformation by nature means that it's going to go a different way, or something's going to have to change, or they're going to have to think about things a little bit differently. So that makes sense, but it's really important to meet them where they are, meet them based on what they understand about cybersecurity. Because often what they are telling you, or what you are learning from them, is indicative of the cybersecurity culture that's at that organization. And so, what is cybersecurity culture? So, what I'm thinking of is whether or not, in an ideal world, everyone feels like cybersecurity is their job. They know what to do and what not to do, and they generally do the right thing because they're set up for success. Right? So if you have an executive or a leader who is setting the tone for that cybersecurity culture, it's important not to skip over them, even though you might want to. And I have wanted to. I'll admit it. You're laughing very loud. Because what happens is that they start to impact the psychological safety of that organization when it comes to cyber. And I think Matt talked a little bit about that this morning as well. What does that look like? Well, that looks like when people don't feel safe or secure and going to senior executives or senior leadership with ideas about cybersecurity, or with their mistakes, or with mistakes that are happening in the organization. It's a problem with accountability. So if you don't feel psychologically safe because you don't have that culture, and it only takes one person or one leader to continue to sort of pull things down, unfortunately, it's not something that you can ignore. But you can work with them and work with them to leverage what they have and figure out how to manage it. All right, there. Okay, so it's not all bad. Okay, you also meet people who are inspired keeners, right? People who are inspired by what you're doing or what you're saying, or inspired by someone, an organization, or perhaps by a mentor. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this persona, but I will say that I've attended a lot of cybersecurity events over the past year, and most of the people I talk to can trace their interest in cybersecurity to one person who has inspired them. And you might not know you're that person who's inspired them, but you might have. It's just like not knowing whose life you've impacted or why they were in your life. It's something that you've done to create impact and to kind of spread things around. So be conscious of that. Look for a mentor if you don't have one, or become a mentor. All right. Number 4, the recently breached. I called it the recently breached intentionally because it sounds kind of like recently bereaved, right? Because generally if you've been breached or if you've been impacted by a cybersecurity incident, you've lost something, right? Whether you are part of a team that's internal, that's working through an incident, you may feel like you have lost something. You've lost your sense of security, or you've lost your confidence in what it is that you're doing. If you're a victim, if you are someone who has lost money or lost your data in some way, then you've also lost something. So it's an appropriate title in a lot of ways. And I came across a lot of interesting studies on the psychological impacts of cybercrime and what that looks like. But it's also a good thing in a way. It's something that if you are part of a digital transformation or a cyber transformation, it's something that you can leverage. You want to look for those people, because those are the people who can help to accelerate what it is that you're doing. So they've not only lost something, they've gained something, or you've gained something, or the organization has gained something. They've gained an opportunity. They've really gained the opportunity to accelerate and to move forward based on what they've learned. They understand that there's an opportunity to update playbooks, to improve processes, to ensure that this doesn't happen again, or it doesn't happen to someone else that they know. That's the opportunity, and that's what they've gained. My favorite part of that and what we've gained is thinking through, so what are the requirements for the new world, the new system that you're building? so that you can avoid having this happen again. Okay, and the last one that we have is the vulnerable. I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about this one, because this is where the social impact piece of what I'm talking about today comes into play. Generally, do these categories feel like they kind of resonate? Kind of like a hand. Excellent. Thanks so much. And I'd love to hear more and build this into something that we can all leverage and use as a community, as well. What do I mean by vulnerable? Certain populations are more vulnerable to cybersecurity threats and have the most trouble recovering from them, including those who may not have the technical expertise to defend themselves, which is intuitive, or those in social and economic situations that limit their ability to access secure systems. Through the work that I've done over the past few years, I can speak to these things a little bit. First of all, older adults. Seniors are disproportionately affected by phishing and scam emails, for instance, where they may not recognize fraudulent activity. The statistics are pretty significant. In 2022, adults over the age of 60 in the US lost about $1 billion to scams and fraud, which is an increase of over 7% from the year previous to that. And here we're talking about people who are, for the most part, living on a fixed income. Right? What happens to them? They might be in a difficult housing situation as well, which is something I know a little bit about. And if you think about it also, if they lose their housing situation, what options do they have? For many of them, they don't have a lot of options. There are 48,000 or more than 48,000 people on the waiting list for long-term care in Ontario today. Okay, so there's one part of the vulnerable kind of population piece of that. I'll also pull out sort of on a mental health kind of basis, which is also a growing population of people. Participants in a study that I read, really have a hard time, really with the poverty that can sometimes come with mental health as a challenge, such as anxiety and depression. We heard that poverty exacerbates those challenges, and it's a vicious cycle. And a lot of these, people in these vulnerable populations end up in a vicious cycle as well. So if you add in sort of the mental challenges that you might have, and the inability to perhaps plan on a long-term basis, and then add in, a cyber incident that affects their data and affects sort of the footprint of who they are in the world and their ability to access resources. That's a very difficult situation for them. And then in healthcare, cybersecurity incidents in healthcare lead to disruptions ranging from delays in medical treatments to errors in diagnosis from providers of healthcare who are not able to access data or records in that time of wait, for example. For those of you who aren't as familiar with the healthcare space, there's shown to be a direct link between ransomware and patient harm. So there are lots of examples, like Universal Health Services in 2020, when they shut down their hospitals, delayed surgeries, diagnostic tests, and other critical services. So I wanted to make that point around vulnerable populations. And so these are the who around some of the vulnerable populations. Each one of them is a vulnerable population. If you look at seniors alone, for example, over the next 20 years, the senior population is expected to grow by 68%. So if you have an issue that is a growing issue from the perspective of the number of people that are simply involved. Right? If you look at the statistics there, by 2068, seniors are projected to be 1 in every 4 in the population. And the world over, the number of people aged 80 years or older is expected to triple between 2020 and 2050. So you have populations that are vulnerable. You have a significant amount of growth in those populations. And then you have the fact that the industry that is currently regarded as the biggest target for cybercrime is the one that impacts these populations. I don't have perfect data in terms of who's being targeted and who's not being targeted, but there is data in terms of the cost of those breaches. And I have to say most of the data that's out there, and the reason I'm saying this, most of the data that's out there is targeting organizations and corporations who have the resources to help and to build the infrastructure that is needed. In healthcare, particularly in Canada, we do not have those resources. We're dealing with legacy systems where this is a problem. Right? Legacy systems and underfunding in many of these areas. So, what we have in my very cheerful talk, sorry, is that we have the most vulnerable people, right, in an industry that is most targeted, that is the least able to defend itself. Okay, just think about that dynamic. The people who are most vulnerable are the most targeted and the least able to defend themselves in Canada. So I was thinking about this. Here comes the what if. What if? What if we flip that upside down? Instead of having them as the least defendable, what if we made them the most? What if we protected these people the most? What if we protected these systems and these populations and these industries the most? When you think about the Titanic, back when women and children were regarded as vulnerable, today children can be official sponsors, as I know. They were told to go first. They got to go on like the boats first, right? Take them to safety, right? That's what we did. What if we did that with this paradigm here? I'm not going to tell you how to solve that challenge, but I do want to leave that with you because you are the movers and shakers and the doers and the thought leaders. You are in a position to impact the space and the people that are there. You're doing it already. So with that, I'm going to leave you with that. And I just wanted to say, as well, that I'm just going to read a little bit more, from the book because it is actually a hopeful and a message that I'm trying to deliver to you.
Have you seen people from your team?
Eddie emerged in brilliant light above an almost unimaginable scene. There was a pier filled with thousands of people, men and women, fathers and mothers and children. So many children. Children from past and present. Children who had not yet been born. Side by side, hand in hand. In caps, in short pants. Filling the boardwalk on the rides and wooden platforms. Sitting on each other's shoulders. Sitting in each other's laps.
Oh, yeah.
They were there, would be there, because of the simple, mundane things that Eddie had done in his life. The accidents he had prevented, the rides he had kept safe, the unnoticed turns he affected every day. There are many more than 5 people in cybersecurity that you will encounter in your work, and that you have all impacted, whether you know them or not, and that you will impact, I have no doubt. So just picture how many more there might be for you. Thank you. I'll just mention one more thing. I don't know if there'll be any questions, but I do want to dedicate this talk to my good friend Sue. He was that first person, my under-resourced IT leader, who had accountability for cybersecurity in an organization that I worked at. He passed away from cancer in early 2022, but is now in heaven, probably meeting all the people whose lives he impacted. Thank you.
Any questions?
Having worked with you, I'm a little biased, but that's, all the personas really interesting and does make me think about other personas that I've encountered, obviously different persons in the same way. You can't make that assumption they're all going to be a certain way. You do have certain flavors that you're going to approach them with. Is there one particular flavor, one particular approach you use for the jaded persona, the long-term jaded employee who doesn't believe in everything differently?
I think that bears study. A little bit of user research, on that one. I think that you have to listen. I think you have to start by listening, understanding kind of where they're at. Same with the skeptical executive. I think you have to align on whatever your mission or purpose is. If you can align to the mission or purpose, everything falls in place and gets much easier. And if you can make that communication really strong and help them understand you're working for the same thing, then I think that goes a long way.
Thank you for the manner in which you presented this. I've been thinking about this for about 15 years, and I've got around 3 personas that I would like to add. On the understanding that the risk quantification evaluation needs to look at psychological, social, technical. Then you also need grief counsel for those that have been impacted. We could say cybersecurity grief counsel. You also need someone to manage, to assess the value of the quantification of the cost in the organization. So you need a cost engineer to do that quantification and cost, because you can't identify to manage what the impact on the organization is without identifying the cost. And the third one is actually a non-personal entity, and it's your artificial agent, artificial intelligence agent, so an AI agent, could be, you call it a robotic process agent, RPA. You need that non-personal entity to do the very, very discrete analysis of all of the cybersecurity attacks. So at least those three personas, in my view.
Well, I really like that. We should talk after so we can compare notes and put that together. I love the idea of building that out and understanding how they all interact with each other as well. So thanks for that. That's great to know.
Working for myself.
So I think we're good. Thank you so much, everyone.
Alright, my name is Abigail Dubiniecki. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'm going to be talking about information warfare. So just a little bit of like hybrid warfare to kick off the afternoon. As you said, you'll notice from my little description there that I am not an OSINT professional, and I am not a cyber professional, and I am not a Disinfo expert. So what am I doing here? Well, I am a privacy professional, and this topic became very relevant and very important to me back in, I would say, 2016, 2017, when I was living in the UK, helping a lot of businesses like yours struggle to implement this sweeping data protection legislation that was taking hold across the EU, which is called the General Data Protection Regulation. And people were really fussed and excited, particularly about their cookies and direct marketing, which was not new with GDPR, but was amped up in terms of the potential for fines and disruption. And so when the Cambridge Analytica scandal broke, which some of you might remember, political micro-targeting to influence the outcome of the Brexit referendum as well as the US election, suddenly it became very real that the work I was doing, even though I always valued privacy as a fundamental right, it was important to me. It was a reminder to me just how important the work I was doing was beyond compliance, beyond my clients getting into trouble and having to put up pesky little pop-ups or clean their websites of unnecessary trackers, that there was a real reason behind it. And that our very democracy, our very fundamental rights can be impacted by the kinds of things that we put into our websites, the kinds of things we do with people's data. So I started to get very, very deep, as I do, into understanding how disinformation works, how it spreads, and it's kind of been a side project for me. It helps that I'm also a real news junkie and a politics junkie, so that doesn't hurt at all. So what I'm talking to you about today is I'm going to try and keep it very concrete. You'll hear later that information warfare is a much bigger topic. There's a huge cyber dimension to it, and I know I'm at a cyber conference, but guess what? I'm not going to talk a lot about the cyber piece. We could do 2 full days just on that. I really want to focus on what we also talk about in cyber and privacy, which is the weakest link, us. Right? So when I talk about disinformation and being able to recognize an op, being able to recognize a campaign and being resilient against it, it begins with us, the human element. No matter how much you try to reinforce with laws and other sorts of infrastructure, at the end of the day, we are the weakest link, and I want us to become the strong ones. And I think I'm very confident with you as a room full of cyber professionals, you already have so many of those skills and the critical thinking and the ability to be able to do some of the things I'll talk about today. Just a content warning. It's called The Truth About Cats and Dogs because I am starting off with a concrete example of an information op that went ridiculously viral, and it was extremely harmful. It involved a lot of old racist tropes and stereotypes, and we're still feeling the shocks and the effects of it today, to the point where people are leaving a small community they called home that had welcomed them, and they don't feel safe. So it can be a bit triggering. I will be talking about it, but my focus is on how the information spread. I'm not going to zero in on the content, but even so, I appreciate that this is very fresh and very recent, so maybe just prepare yourself for that, or put on some noise canceling speakers for the next, headphones for the next 10 minutes if you find it difficult. All right, so one of the challenges when we don't believe our eyes, when we don't believe what we read, or when we've been duped a few too many times, is that, or if we believe lies because we want to or because they're convincing, is that we sort of lose truth, and we can be manipulated, we can be controlled. And so if we don't have facts, if we get into a post-truth world where facts don't really matter, then we don't have truth, and then we don't have trust. And we all know as cyber and privacy professionals how important trust is. Well, trust in our institutions, in our fellow citizens, in the people who live with us, who visit with us, is critical for our society to work properly. And it's critical for us to make really, really fundamentally important decisions in our lives, like what we're doing for our health care, or who we're going to vote for in an election, or whether we'll take action at all. So that was a quote there from Maria Raza. She's the editor of Philippines newspaper, The Rappler, and was trying to give early warnings to people in Europe and the US and Canada about what she was witnessing in terms of disinformation and manipulation that was happening on social media for her in the Philippines, and tried to warn us that this is an early warning. What happened to us, democracies can crumble very quickly, so please be warned. We didn't listen to her warnings, but we did invite her to the International Grand Committee that happened, that Canada hosted with something like 11 or so other countries, to talk about what do we do about this problem. All right, so today I'm going to talk about the anatomy of a Disinfo op. So we'll go through that one, and it's pretty fresh, so hopefully I won't have to take too long on it. Then we'll talk about how do we situate that in a much bigger information warfare campaign. And I will give you, I'm focusing on a particular country that does this, but I want to just underscore for you that this isn't just about foreign actors who want to do harm to us. That is absolutely the case, and there are many different ones. But what you'll see from my next example is that we will have domestic actors who use the exact same tactics to manipulate us, to cause harm. And so it's about the tactics. We need to be aware of them and recognize them regardless of where they're coming from. And then I'll talk about how to use OSINT, open source intelligence, to unmask a super spreader. So in this case, I'm using a specific case study. And then finally, I'll run through, how do we take what we've learned, how can we use some of our critical thinking skills, and then if you do want to go further, which I would love it if you did, then we can talk about some of the resources that are out there to help you really hone in on your OSINT skills. All right. So they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Anyone not know what this was about? You're going to be too embarrassed to put up your hand. So in the middle of the presidential debate between President-elect Trump and then candidate Harris, out of the blue he started saying they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people who own them, or something along those lines. And the question is, well, how did this hoax, which wasn't revealed to be a hoax, how did this end up coming out of the mouth of a presidential candidate on a debate stage? Well, I'll walk you through it. And I will walk while I do it because I can't see my screen very well. But so it started with a rumor, as things do. What we like to call triple hearsay. Up on the right-hand side here, those of you of my vintage, at least, might recognize this from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's that quote where she says, "My best friends, brothers, sisters, blah, 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 saw Ferris Bueller faint out of 31 flavors." Basically, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's just heard, 5 or 6 times what may have happened, but she's presenting it as authority. Well, that's funny, but the post in a private Facebook group that led to eventual bomb threats and other violence in a small community and that rang around the world was not very funny. So it was very similar. And just so you know, I have a lot of slides with a lot of text. These are going up on my LinkedIn. They have alt text for those of you who have trouble with your vision and hyperlinks. And so don't worry about taking pictures or whatever. You'll be able to get that from my LinkedIn in a few days. All right, so it was a pretty low credibility post. She heard it from a neighbor whose daughter, who this and that triple hearsay. Zero credibility in that post. And it was a post to a Facebook neighborhood group warning them about people eating cats and dogs, specific people, right? So new people, a relatively new community of Haitian migrants. Now there have been rumors circulating here and there, and it's an old trope going back to the days of the Chinese Exclusion Act in the US, and we had probably similar stuff here of, foreigners eating dogs and cats and eating our pets, and so this is not a new thing to ascribe these kinds of stereotypes. So this sort of stuff was circulating, and there had been a few tensions and issues in the community, but also there were a lot of positive things that were going on, and the Haitian migrants who had been invited, specifically invited legally to come and work in the community, rejuvenate the community, had done so, and were appreciated for that by much of the community. But even so, this Facebook group had 8,000 members in it, and it spread through there. But then what happened was it was quickly picked up by someone who had 2,000 followers, who then it got picked up by a super spreader, and then we'll see a lot of other super spreaders and how it spreads. But as a starting point, the first reaction, if you're someone reading this, is there's so much that makes it not credible, or there's so much that there for you to say, I'd like to know a little bit more. Like you said you heard something from the Rangers, but I haven't seen anything from the Rangers talking about stuff happening in the park. And meanwhile, officials were very quick to debunk this and say nothing was going on. So it's not like this was just lingering in the air and everyone was wondering, did it happen, didn't it happen, has it been confirmed? That doesn't matter, it spread. And part of the reason why, and I talked about racism and xenophobia, and that obviously is a really big part of it. That is a subset of something else that we all have in ourselves, which is confirmation bias, right? So confirmation bias is when you see something that confirms something you already believe, and so you believe that new thing to be true. And sometimes even when it's not rational to believe it, right? And so you just, so with stereotypes or racism, or you don't like your neighbor for whatever reason, you're going to be quicker to believe bad things about them because you already don't like them. So that's what we saw here. And then people started to share it, and they shared it because they had various agendas. But let's look at who shared it and how it spread. All right, so in less than a week, it was intended for a few thousand people, but it reached millions, even though it had been debunked multiple times. And I'm going to walk over here now, to be fair to everybody else. We saw a right-wing influencer, this guy, and wokeness. He decided to share the post alongside a photo that was not from Springfield, Ohio. It was from Columbus, Ohio. This man is not Haitian, and this is not a goose that he killed. It was roadkill. Doesn't matter. He's put the pictures together, and then he pastes it and basically says, this is to confirm what was already in that person's statement. So now we're starting to layer on other information, trying to give it some credibility. And look how he's attached it to the question around immigration and economic woes and so on. So he says, Springfield is a small town in Ohio. 4 years ago, it had 60,000 residents. Under Harrison Biden, 20,000 Haitian migrants were shipped, which they were not, they were invited and they came, but were shipped to the town. Now ducks and pets are disappearing. So I mean, it's the other piece we need to think about is like, that's really trying to resonate and get you emotionally, right? It's getting to your lizard brain. It's like, I live in a lovely little community and I'm worried about migrants. The people most worried about immigration often tend to be people furthest away from the border. So in the Cambridge Analytica case, when the investigative journalist Karl went to Wales to find out why did you vote overwhelmingly, one of the reasons was this xenophobia and fear of migrants. And so she said, well, how many do you have in the town? One lady, there's a Polish cleaning lady who's here. They didn't have that, it was the fear. And an irrational fear that wasn't countered with any kind of life experience, right, to contradict it. So there's more, but you can see what's happening here is by this time, and I wish I had better skills and I could have made a really cool timeline that's interactive, but I didn't. So you'll have to imagine it. But this time we're getting all kinds of people weighing in, and they don't care about the truth. What they care about is the value of this, of people believing or wanting to spread this, right? So now we have Ian Miles Chong. He is with RT, so Russia Today, which is a pro-Russian propaganda outlet, but in the Malaysia one. And so he decided to spread this photo. So this was a video of a woman who, again, in a different town, I think in this case Canton, Ohio, who was arrested and accused of stomping on the head of someone's cat and eating it. And then he says, this woman was arrested for eating someone's pet's cat in Ohio, hint, hint, same state. How does something like this happen? If you follow the thread, the conversation further, you'll see eventually he says, he attributes it to Haitians. And that got, he had 1 million followers, he got 5.8 million views, and by the way, earned a lot of money on that, because hate spreads fast, and you get clicks and you get a lot of revenue. So he had various motivations for that. And then we have J.D. Vance, who was told, even before he started resharing this, so vice presidential candidate, now vice president-elect, J.D. Vance knowingly spread what he said was false, and when he was challenged on it, said, if I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. So he's admitting he has to make up lies to make you think, it's just, do I need to say more about that? It's just ridiculous. But of course, so then it didn't take long for that got into this guy's head, and then he raised it during the debates, and then all kinds of memes started coming out, and then people who were trying to make fun of Trump or purporting to make fun of Trump were putting videos and music and everything, and they were funny to watch, but they were horrible too because they downplayed the impact to the community who were seriously suffering from it, and also people like J.D. Vance were taking that and saying, see, everyone agrees with us, like they're praising what we're doing, and so it got twisted and split around. People kept coming up with new evidence, to debunk the debunking, like, oh, you debunked this, but actually, the mainstream media is not going to tell you what we know, and you're smart enough to do your own research, and you're smart enough to trust the real people who are going to tell you the truth. And so we saw a lot of this kind of stuff. And then again, the protector image comes up again with these AI-generated posts of Trump and so on and so forth. This could have happened with any political candidate. It could have been flipped around, it could have been liberals, it could have been leftists, whatever. My point is to show you the structure and what happened here and how it spread. Super spreaders like Elon Musk really amplified this as well. And just so you know, I've got a link here in the next slide, but just before this, a very similar sequence of events in terms of how the information traveled and how rumors turned into reality and stoked what I'll call brown shirts, basically white supremacists who wanted to commit violence in various places, happened in the UK in Southport after that fatal, that tragic stabbing incident. So again, very similar pattern. So the rumor is part of a narrative that Russia and certain US politicians were using at the time and were very eager to exploit. And the reason is if you can exploit divisions, especially tapping on a nerve that is already raw, right? People are concerned about their economic situation. All around the world, we tend to blame people from outside for things that are wrong. It's easier than blaming our politicians against whom we feel powerless. So this whole sort of economic angst, anti-immigrant sentiment, very, very easy. We see it all the time. You see it all around the world. It's been used in many countries. And it was certainly used here. But in addition to that, they started to weave in this sort of election fraud narrative as well, which was very, very strong. So not surprisingly, we had an influencer, a pro-Trump influencer, said that he was paid to share a video of Haitian migrants who were saying that they were voting illegally for Harris at 6 or 7 different polling stations, right? So that, again, that one went viral. It didn't matter. It really didn't matter that it had been debunked, that there was no evidence, because people believe sometimes what they want to believe. So that's the other piece too, is when we talk about disinformation, we're always often thinking about how like, oh, how do people not get duped? But sometimes people want a narrative, and that's the dangerous situation we found ourselves in, which is this post-truth era. and we need to bring ourselves back from the edge, especially because one of the potential unintended consequences of a talk like mine and what I'm doing today is that now you're going to be critical of the things you see, but then you could tip over a little further into the I don't believe anything kind of mentality. I'm trusting that since you're all cybersecurity pros and you know that there is no such thing as zero risk, there are cyber risks, but you know how to protect against them, that you know you can never have 100%, but that doesn't mean 0% you give up on cyber. So same thing with shoring up your defenses against disinformation. So anyway, it's an ongoing theme in US elections. It's happened in other places, and I've got a few articles here as well just showing, in 2022, there were a lot of divisive narratives that were hyper-targeted to Black voters in the US to try to deter them from voting altogether, right, in that particular case. So a lot of zero-sum messaging of like, oh, you got all this Stop Asian Hate legislation, but what about an anti-lynching law? Well, actually, there actually had been a law like that, but it didn't matter, right? The narratives just spread and spread, and you just pick at that wound, which is a real wound, right? Like, it's something that's there, but it gets exploited. And then this is a fantastic article here by Evan Dyer that sort of ties it all together really nicely, so I would suggest you read that. And also, do try to take a look at the Southport examples as well. You'll see the pattern repeated. Now I'm coming over here, because I feel like I've neglected the others. Now, there are ways to use your analytical skills to try to understand how information is traveling. This is one. It's not the only one. But if you want to get a sense of, especially with social media, things can move just really, really fast. So this is a decision tree from WeVerify. It's one of the many free open source tools. And what they've got, there's a whole narrative that goes with it that explains this in more detail. But in a nutshell, you try to get back to the root of, so where did the message start? Is there a network involved? Are there suspicious timestamps? Is this just moving too quickly that it couldn't possibly? Is too much information being generated supposedly by the same person, suggesting maybe multiple people are behind that persona, churning out content? Is there coordinated behavior? So a lot of @tags between them. So there are great tools you can use that analyze the data flows and visualize them, and if you have them, great. But even if you don't, as a layperson just kind of looking at this, it's like, oh yeah, it's all the usual suspects, right? So he's @tagged Kim.com, and Kim.com then @tags, this guy and that guy, and then Elon weighs in, and now, plus he's got the algorithm, and he can put his finger on the scale, and it just goes on and on. So you need to assess the intent as well. Like, what are they trying to do here? Right? Is this like just information for the sake of information? Is this just monetization? No, it's to elicit an emotional response and get me to be irrational. So I need to calm myself down for a second, do a bit of distress tolerance, maybe some SEAL Team 6 breathing, box breathing or something, and ask myself, what's this all about? Step away for a second and think it through. You can detect clusters and so on. So they're old tricks. These are old tricks that go back over 100 years. You can go back, so the whole trope of the sort of global Jewish banking conspiracy goes back to a forgery that was done on paper during the Tsarist times, the 1915, 16, or 17, when they were trying to counter the Bolsheviks and all this other stuff. So things can really last and they can really spread. So basically it follows this pattern, and this is what I'm asking you to look for in the case of a single information op. Okay, so I'm talking about just one, not a whole campaign. So one, it's trying to exploit a weakness. So you need to know, well, what are my weaknesses? Well, that sounds familiar because as cybersecurity professionals, you do this all the time, right? Vulnerability scans, threat modeling, etc. So you're pretty good at that. So can you do that in terms of yourself as an individual and us as a society? Is there a source of tension that could be an opportunity for someone to exploit? Brothers and sisters do this to each other all the time too, like in a family, right? So you just know how to get under people's skin. So are there pre-existing stereotypes or tropes, etc.? And then the next thing is with fan the flames, right? So we didn't start the fire, but we could definitely get it going, right? So you plan to exploit a rumor, then you amplify its message. You get it, you add new content. Oh, there was a police report. Oh, yes, this woman said that. There's a voice recording, it's been leaked, but the mainstream media won't play it. It just goes on and on, right? Launder and amplify. So once you start getting people who have some kind of credibility, because they have a large following, because they're a politician, because they're a person who has some kind of status that you would believe would be honest or have some credibility, or something that looks like a legitimate newspaper but isn't. It could be a cyber squatting, you're squatting on someone else's and it's a doppelganger, or it could be a legitimate paper. Even legitimate papers of record, every once in a while an article comes in, and it just feels like a transcription. As there are all these anonymous sources, they're very, very vague of what level they have and so on and so forth. So this can happen even with legitimate sources. That's laundering and amplifying. And then embellishing, so I talked about just a fire hose of lies. Just add as much on there, just throw in confusion, just to reinforce the narrative or to reinforce the chaos, right? So maybe you don't care about them believing the thing. The point is to get people fighting and just frustrated. And then finally, repeat. Just be relentless. The more you say something, the more likely it is to be true. The first person to get the message to you is the person you're most likely to believe, right? So all of these things are ways that you can spread disinformation. So how do you spot it? Well, you need to pause and take a break for a second, right? And ask yourself, before I share this, is this trying to play on my emotions? Does it feel off? Is it too perfect? Like, does this feel like a smoking gun? It's exactly what I want? Because sometimes that can happen to you. And there have been operations like this where something looked so perfect that it actually undermined the credibility of someone's opponent. So there was this famous police officer in New York who was trying to crack down on the Red Scare, and this forgery that was created looked so perfect, like it had come from the Soviet Union, it was from Moscow, and people had pointed out, yeah, there's some weird stuff in here. And he's like, no, it's definitely happened. When it was finally revealed to be a forgery and it was admitted that it was a forgery, he was completely humiliated, and everything he built up and his credibility as this sort of guide to defeat the Red Scare completely blown out, and they took him out. They took him out that way. That's in Active Measures if you read the book. All right, is it a credible source? Is it an authentic image or text? You can do a really easy reverse image search. And that's what a lot of people found, okay, that's from Kenton, Ohio, or that's from Columbus, Ohio. We see this a lot with war photos. Be really careful about that. A lot of photos from Syria were being passed off as photos from Gaza, right? So you get this kind of thing, and it's just, it matters, especially if something hasn't happened, because things are happening. And so the double whammy there is that the people who don't want to believe that atrocities are happening or that bad things are happening say, but see, there was a fake photo there, that was Syria. And then the people who do want to believe, well, they get all worked up even more, but that wasn't the incident. Now they're losing credibility as well. Does it feel coordinated? Is this a super spreader? Is this one of the usual suspects? And then finally, if you can report it, right? So take a screen grab. There are usually tools for that. So that's just one op, but if you stop there and you're doing all those things that I said, which are valuable, you're really still just playing whack-a-mole, because these are usually coordinated as part of something bigger. So now you're going to say, oh my gosh, Russia. I'm using Russia as an example because, and there, like I said, there are many state actors who do this, and there are domestic actors as well. The reason I'm using Russia is, one, it's very well studied. I've got at least two really good books right here, which I do encourage you to look at. Russia's also been incredibly active in the past few years, especially against NATO countries. And then three, it's impactful to Canadians. So I've given you American examples, but even some of that anti-Haitian sentiment trickled over the border to us with those same tropes recently. But also we've been not only targets of campaigns, we've been perpetrators, right? So when we talk about increasing our CanCon, like our Canadian content in international trade with our allies, conning them is not really the way to do it, but we've been doing that. We did that with Cambridge Analytica, and we did it with, we've done it recently as well. So there's this fantastic book, really detailed study into Russian information warfare. I don't have time to go into a lot of detail. But what I do want to just highlight are a few things, is that, first of all, information warfare is part of a bigger hybrid warfare sort of state of being that is on a continuum. What that does is it blurs the lines between peacetime and war. And what Dr. Dubiniecki, who's put together this study, she studied Russia's own doctrine, its own materials, its own policies, and also studied a number of secondary sources, really, really detailed analysis to try to understand sort of what this means for Russia. And really we're at a point where 90% of warfare for Russia is information warfare and 10% is combat or other, right? So if you think about, if you remember Cambridge Analytica, and I apologize if I'm throwing too many things out at you, but Yevgeny Prigozhin, who had the private military company Wagner, that's been active in all across Africa and all the other places, and eventually was died. He also ran the Internet Research Agency, which was under Cambridge Analytica, the bots and the trolls, the fake accounts, and all of that stuff that we saw back then. So those things are really intertwined. What the idea is that it's really about a battle for the minds and mass consciousness of your target. So in the target country, it's not just the politicians and the military, but also the citizens, right? So what you want to do is you want to wear people down. You want them to lose faith in democracy. You want them to not be a problem for you when it comes to things you want to do. And that's the point I really want to reiterate here, because the examples that I'm going to be giving, the example that I gave here, they favor one side, right? So in this case, we're looked to be in Trump's favor, and there's documentation in affidavits from an indictment that was unsealed that shows that they had decided that as between the different parties, we're going to have more luck here. But it's not about any kind of ideological commitment. This is different from the Soviet Union, where there was an actual ideological basis. This is really about what are our interests as a state, and how do we use what's available to us to cause chaos and make things work for us. So what it does is it blends psychological and technological means. And the real key is against your adversary is to ensure information superiority. And that does mean you have better data. I wish it did as a data professional, but no, what it means is that you have a better command of information warfare. And I'm just going to tell you, you'll see from some examples, we are really outgunned. So it is an issue that we have to take very seriously. Very quickly, again, it's an incredibly detailed study. She looks at something like 6 confirmed cases, and she's come up with this framework that she calls chaos. So she's found this common set of factors, common set of things that happen for every information warfare campaign that Russia runs. Cyber, so there's a cyber attack on political infrastructure. Political infrastructure is quite detailed and includes a lot of things. For our purposes today, we're talking about the information space. That's the part that's most interesting to us today, but it goes way deeper than that. So if we think about cyber, what she found was typically these were confidentiality and availability attacks. Many of you probably had some sleepless nights over some of these things. I won't be talking a lot about those today, but again, there are entire books on this really fascinating area. I would argue if she were to look at even more recent ones, we'd see more integrity attacks, where you mingle real information that you've gotten from a breach, right, and then you throw in some fake stuff, right? So you're kind of laundering it, and I would call that an integrity attack. Hype is the one we're going to focus on today, and that's the disinformation and strategic messaging. And then there are other things like, if there are demonstrations, either you create fake demonstrations, and then you have agent provocateur, or you have assassinations, assassination attempts, things like that. Again, we're focusing on the H today. So we've talked about, since 2016, because Cambridge Analytica really showed us, wow, you can do a lot of stuff with this technology that was meant to be fun and social, and you can hijack our advertising ecosystem and really turn it against us. So we've talked a lot about chatbots and deepfakes and trolls and all these kinds of things. But what we have to remember is ultimately it's the same pattern that I showed you earlier, right? It's a very, very human thing, which seems to be the theme today actually with a lot of the presentations today, is that human piece. And so that's why we need to understand that we'll only be influenced, no matter how great the technology is, if it doesn't resonate with us, it's not going to work. All right, so there have been a lot of studies. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but when you do look at it after, you'll see it's quite extensive when we think about the Russian disinformation ecosystem. So you can have a look at those. Cambridge Analytica seems like, such an easy, the heyday, it was all very easy to spot compared to what we have now, because back then, we had the psychometric profiling and segmentation, and then targeted disinformation using, using the advertising ecosystem, right? So ad tech to hyper-target different messages to different people. And often those messages were either to deter people from voting or confuse them or elicit certain responses. And they were amplified by bots who made the message spread really, really fast, give a fake sense of following and creating a kind of ambience, right? It's just all around. And trolls, so those would be fake accounts. And often these accounts were run outside of the country. They were Moldovans who were just coming up with a bunch of stuff, or people outside the country. And, you know, there was an important Canadian component to it there. So that's, again, this is when I was getting interested in this whole area, was that it was privacy commissioners who played a very big role in unraveling what was happening here. The UK Information Commissioner's Office, and then the BC and the federal for Canada as well, cracking down, partly because one of the nexus in here was Aggregate IQ, a tiny digital agency that was building the software for a number of these campaigns. So we had a Canadian component, and part of the reason was, you know, offshoring made it easier for them to get away with the election funding issue. So there was like a money laundering element to it, and also, you know, taking it out of the jurisdiction, making it harder, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to the information campaigns, you may remember when Russia's full-scale invasion into Ukraine happened, there were a number of countries that banned Russia Today, RT, which is a state news network that's meant to push Russian propaganda. So there's a woman who's been doing this since 2014. She's got what's called the Russia Media Monitor, and she takes these clips of actual conversations on Russian state TV, which are a pretty good reflection of what is an approved message. Like the things they're talking about, they're allowed to talk about, but it's supposed to feel kind of like dialogue and discussion. And so she takes these snippets and she translates them literally for us, but then she also gives us the context and explains. So the one on the left, you'll see Margarita Simonian, who's in charge of RT, said, you know, if you watch the video, you'll see it, but you know, they close the door, we come through a window. They close the window, we come through the floorboards. We have so many different ways, we have so many operations, and basically admitting that there were a number of things underway. I showed you the one on the right because the one on the right is an example of a reaction to the cabinet picks that are being proposed, and Tulsi Gabbard is the one that they're calling, you know, a friend of Russia, which a lot of people suspected, so that fits. So Operation Doppelganger, so that brings us to today. Oh my gosh, 5 minutes left. Okay, so that brings us to today. So you may have heard there were Canadian influencers behind this massive operation, and instead of using bots and trolls, if they could use influencers with a really large following to spread disinformation and spread talking points that are valuable to them, that they would do that. And so we have a number of Canadian figures that were involved there. We've also seen from that affidavit and the exhibits that were dropped with it, a number of websites of doppelganger news sites. So doppelganger news sites are disguised to look like real news sites. Sometimes they include genuine news, but there's a lot of other stuff that slips in. A number of them reference Canadian stuff too. So my point being that we're also a target in some of these things. Storm 1516 is the successor to the IRA, the Internet Research Agency. They've been extremely active, and again, it's the same narratives that you're hearing over and over again. So, like I said, it's a different take on CanCon. There's some examples of specific vulnerabilities that have been kind of targeted in Russian information warfare against Canada, which you can look at later because I'm running out of time. So how can you use open source information to detect all of this? I'll give you an example of something called the NAFO dog, so North Atlantic Fellows Organization. Some of you might even be some, I don't know, but these are basically these self-appointed, online positive trolls. These are people who they decided that when the full-scale invasion broke out that they were going to fight the information war online on Twitter, Reddit, and all of these other places. And they quickly noticed this one particular very active sort of information super spreader who went by the name of Donbas Vyushka. And basically they put their thinking caps on, they got together, and they looked for a number of hints to see, She seems to be talking to all these people who are sort of pro-Kremlin influencers. She's saying a lot of these talking points. Her accent comes and goes, like she doesn't seem real. They started digging, and they did a whole host of things. It's really cool, actually. They looked at her real name, because her real name was used by some trolls who were trolling her. They looked at image matching. They found a video of her when she had a tropical fish shop, and they were able to use some of the decor from the background of her house from an interview and a reflection off of her glasses in a different one. All kinds of really cool stuff, which I encourage you to read about because I clearly don't have the time. So there are a number of methods you want to watch for, things like bots and trolls to amplify, doppelgangers that I just talked about, fake or distorted media. That can include real photos that are misattributed or fake photos that are AI generated or doctored. You also want to watch out for super spreaders. You'll know them, right? Like there's certain ones you see their names come up over and over and over again. First they were COVID deniers, and then first they were pro-Syria, and they said, they were all pro-Assad, and then they were COVID deniers, and then when the full-scale invasion happened, suddenly they were talking about Ukrainian Nazis and Canada should stop supporting, etc. It's literally like they're just following along, and they don't have any obvious background as to why they would follow exactly what is pro-Kremlin. So whataboutism is another one, and people use this not only in information warfare, you might even have it with your friends, and it's really irritating, where they try to create a false equivalency. It's just a way of distracting. So fire hose of lies as well. Just pound people with so many different things, even if they contradict each other, that they're so worn down they can't fight. And then, of course, the usual profiling and so on. So the way we do it to address the weakest link ourselves is we need to identify not just an individual op, what are our weaknesses? So let's start threat modeling ourselves, right? As digital citizens and as people in a democracy, what are the things that could be exploited for me personally or for us as a society, right? We have our tensions here. And then the second thing is anticipate. So how would someone use that against us? How might someone say something? We have an election coming up. That's a vulnerable situation that we need to think about. Then you can start thinking about pre-bunking. So you get ahead of the game, right? It's proactive. Or proactively shoring up your defenses, right? The same way that you know that now people will guess passwords, so you have multi-factor authentication. So how can we take a multi-factor approach right now to disinformation? And then analyze the stuff that you do see, so analyzing individual ops, and then warning others. So tons of resources out there, lots of fun stuff, interactive tools, games, everything. This is just scraping the surface, and you'll find it on my LinkedIn. These are my socials. I finally deleted the hellscape. You'll notice there's no Twitter there. I'm not there anymore, but I'm in all these other places, so feel free to find me. Thank you. Sorry, no time for questions. Si vous avez des questions en français, n'hésitez pas, je peux vous répondre en français ou en anglais.
Hello. Okay. I guess the obvious question I have, and I think probably a lot of other people have, is algorithmic transparency on social media platforms. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Would it help controls or not? Or what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I'm really happy you asked that question because you're right, the devil's in the algorithm. But the algorithm is only doing the devil's work because the devil wants to do that work, right? So there are two things. Algorithmic transparency helps us to identify how something is being done, so I'm very much in favor of it. What I like even better is if I can avoid having the algorithm altogether. And so Spoutable and Blue Sky don't have an algorithm now. You can choose who you want to follow, the things you're interested in, and you have a lot more control. I think really we should be served up the things we'd like to see, although there is a risk of kind of creating an echo chamber for yourself. But yeah, I'm a huge fan. So in my day job, this is more of a hobby, but in my day job, I spend a lot of time specifically on that issue. So absolutely. And I would add to that algorithmic fairness, right? So, and that is what the EU is doing right now with the Digital Services Act, right? And that's what Elon's in trouble for, right? So, but who knows, maybe they'll pull it and make it more. All right, is there another question?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've got the problem.
First, thank you very much. Especially found interesting your discussion about everybody's fear of the other being general term. You think of the cat litter boxes in schools at this point. The other question I had was Belling the Cat. Are you familiar with the website? It's an open source. I was wondering what your opinion on it.
Oh, absolutely. Belling Cat, and actually that's one of the examples I included on there. They've got some great resources for sure. Belling Cat, though, I do want to, there just wasn't enough time to put everything in. This is how insidious this stuff gets. So poor Elliot Aliens, he's in the bad books with Russia because of the MH17 and stuff, right? Because that's when Belling Cat really got its start, because they were trying to understand what happened to Malaysian flight MH17. So what was happening recently was he was having to swat down very quickly these fake Belling Cat posts saying there was disinformation or trying to show something that was actually used to promote disinformation. So he was like, I was not involved in this is not me. So they were actually impersonating the fact checkers. And that's not the only example, there were other ones as well. One of the websites taken down was called Stop the Fakes or something like that. It's really quite insidious, so we do have our work cut out for us. But yeah, absolutely, they have free courses, and again, if you get the presentation, you'll find some links to various free courses. So theirs is a little bit expensive, but there are other free things you can do too. That's it. Okay.
This presentation is going to be a bit different than what you're used to seeing. It's a concept that's been in my mind for a few years now, and I had a chance to do it right at the BSides. I had fun, but I was pretty sick, so I didn't do it as much as I should have. So hopefully I'm going to enjoy this one a lot better. What I'm going to do is, I've got one of the staff members, he has a little bag, and there's a whole ton of stories in there, like little titles of stories. As you'll see when I present myself, I'm a pen tester by trade, and what I did is I picked a whole bunch of different little stories that are funny, interesting, things that you run into in the industry when you do this type of stuff. And when you've done 200-300 engagements, you tend to have cool experiences. So hopefully there's going to be some learnings to do with those stories, and we can talk about it. One thing that I want is if anybody wants to raise their hand at any point, you can ask questions, you can give little anecdotes. Just don't take 30 minutes of my presentation telling you a story. But if you can talk, good job. That'd be awesome. So, and I call them random access memories. It's just random access memories. Right? I had somebody come to me and go like, "Oh yeah, I'm really interested in forensics." It's like, no, that's not what's going to be. I'm not going to be looking at RAM, unfortunately. So, if that's what you wanted to see, so who am I? That's embarrassing, so I'm going to talk about that one. My background is penetration testing, like I said. I've got 7 to 10 years of doing only pen testing. Now I'm director of information security at last fall, basically a startup company out there. Work with some of the agencies that sell the deployment. And head of security over there, but I still really like pen testing, so I do a lot of it on my as a side gig. I've got my clients that still want to work with me and whatnot, so I can still dabble in penetration testing. I worked in a ton of highly regulated industries, so you'll see a lot of the stories are around compliance and regulatory requirements and things like that, and sometimes how you can run into kind of weird little snacks with it. That's not as relevant here because we're not in Canada, but I'm the founder of the Cybersecurity Collective, which is it really is a collective. It's not even a nonprofit. It's just a whole bunch of groups in a Discord server, which I actually had to close because I know my buddies are just send me stupid texts and you're in the sequel and that's not really cool for me. So we're mostly a Discord server. We've done some conferences and things like that. We just had a whole lot of fun. I believe a lot in community. One thing that I'm really excited about, I didn't even put it on here. The policy village over there, it's all about public policy, all about government work. Somebody is going to be covering the Canadian cybersecurity strategy document that's going to be coming out soon, basically right now. So if anybody's interested in that kind of work, you can come and see us. And yeah, all of you. Disclaimer, this presentation is all about stuff that I've seen. It has no reflection on my current employer, my former employees, employers, or anything like that. All the opinions and analysis I'm going to say are my own. My company will not be on this thing. Also, I've changed names and company names and stuff because, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. I don't want to say that, this company did this really stupid thing, this executive swore at me for 3 days because I got pulled to leave within 6 hours. They were pissed. Though anything that is public, I'll talk about it. So it's a bit less sensitive here because I've done work in the Ottawa region, but when I'm talking in Atlantic Canada, people kind of see themselves and they know what I'm talking about, so I gotta be very, very careful. So how does this work? You pick a card, you listen to a story, and you pick another card. It's as simple as that. We can get going. What I did at the last conference is, I went to see a concert at some point with my son at, I think it was Hackfest in Quebec City, and they had this metal band with retro stuff, and they were playing some old, like, really cool 8-bit video games in the background. I thought, that's really nice. So I put up a video, and I was showing old video games on here, and I noticed that nobody was listening to me, and they were just watching it. At some point, I was watching, I was like, oh, I played that guy. I wanted to watch it, so I understood. So I took that away. Sorry. So let's talk about some stories. And I see some people in here that I know have experience with pen testing. So one of the things I like to do is take this concept and bring people up on the stage with me and tell their stories, or create a podcast or a blog post and interview people and ask them about really cool stories. And I think there's an audience for that. If you look at like the books, Tribe of Hackers, if anybody has ever heard of them, which is just the same question asked to a whole bunch of cybersecurity professionals. Some of people may in this audience may have been in those books. I found that really interesting. I kind of like this concept. So I'm going to ask you to pick one story. Just pick one out of those, and there's going to be a title. Hopefully I remember them because I just made up titles, and sometimes I listen to it and it takes me a few seconds to remember what that story actually is.
Lobby level takeover?
Lobby level takeover. Okay. Anybody remember the Rapid7 under the hoodie videos? Anybody here who's a pen tester and seen them? They took like hackers and they put them hoodies and they're in the dark room, they're telling stories. And I remember this one story where this person was saying he was in the lobby waiting for his contact to come in on a pen test and saw that it was an RJ45 jack and hooked up to the RJ45 jack and actually started the pen test because it was supposed to start at 9 a.m. that morning. And one day at a big telco, I was supposed to start the pen test at 9 o'clock in the morning. They forgot that I was going to be there, so they left me in the lobby for like 3 hours. And I remember this video and I thought, there's no way. So I looked around, I found an RJ45 jack, plugged into it, noticed I had access to the full corporate network. First thing as a pen tester, what do? You spin a responder, right? They'll tell you like, hey, you gotta do all these things and you gotta run some, no. Just Active Directory, you spin a responder. If you know, you know. If you don't, you were asking that. Within, I would say, about 45 minutes, I had cracked a few local admin hashes. Pentest hadn't started yet, officially. And cracked the password, gained access. Long story short, within about, I would say, they left me there until noon. By noon, I had full Dunnion access on their network. On a pen test that was supposed to be 5 days, that hadn't even officially started yet. I'm going to state the obvious thing, what the lesson learned is like, just don't activate your RJ45 ports in your lobby. And better than that, I've been in places where I go into a conference room and the jack in the conference room has full access to the corporate network. And you do all of this from there. So what do? Well, what's the threat here? You got to get in, but you can easily pretend that you're a company that wants to know more about theirs. You're bringing your technical guy. Is it okay if he plugs into the network and does a bit of work? Like, there's an emergency at work, something like that, and you just go and you can basically own a company by just not even gaining access to the sensitive areas. So I guess that's the moral of the story. I'm trying to just oh, there it is. Zooming out. Zooming out. Zooming out, okay. Let's go back to the pandemic. I think everybody remembers the pandemic. In my consulting role, I was doing a lot of work with provincial government. And one of the first things that they asked us when the pandemic hit and everybody was starting to work from home, which is today is the normal world, but if you go back 5 years, 6 years, like this was not normal to have a whole bunch of people working from home. And one of the things that this provincial government was asking about was like, what kind of tools should we be using? How safe is Teams? How safe is all these tools? And they really wanted to use Zoom because it's useful, right? And if a lot of you also remember, Zoom had a lot of major issues, major findings right before the pandemic, around the same time. Now, what's interesting is that their response was really good. They fixed all of their bugs right away. And one thing that we quickly realized that everything that they were susceptible for, that they got a lot of crap in the press, it happened on Teams, it happened on WebEx, it happened everywhere. Like, UNC paths that you can go and again use Responder. It worked on every single one of them. For some reason, the press really wanted to throw Zoom under the bus, and all the stuff, all the headlines were Zoom, and then you read later it's like, oh, it also affects WebEx and Teams and all these things, right? So at the end of the assessment, this provincial government defined tools that really wanted to use Zoom, and we had to have a conversation with them going like, it's probably the right tool for you to use. It probably makes sense. We love the way that they're reacting. We love the way that they're proactive on their blog posts. They're saying all the stuff that they're doing, all the stuff they're putting in play. They spend a lot of money, but we can't recommend it because there's a reputational risk. If ever anything happens, and we know that the public is going to go, why did you go with this one tool that everybody knows is evil, right? It doesn't matter if it's the best one. Sometimes a reputational hit is almost as risky as the actual getting caught and getting home through an app. So it was a very strange conversation, and it was a huge learning moment for me. Like inside of the company that I worked for, we had a lot of discussion. We seriously said, this is the best tool, but you can't use it. And it was pretty interesting. Does anybody agree with that? Like, did we do the right thing? Did we do the wrong thing? Like, I don't know. Anybody got an anecdote on that or anything? What if we could do a sticker if you talk? Yes.
Your reputation is the most important thing. So they could have done everything well, but people will always remember that one negative thing. So just by that default of you being associated with that might bring them down.
No, I agree. I think we did it right. Yes. Yes, but if something happened, numbers don't, facts don't matter, numbers don't matter. No. That's what they use us for. That was our job, was to do that type of stuff. And we had the numbers. We presented the numbers to ourselves, right? And then we decided like that's not the tool to go with, because there was, if you remember, Zoom was being destroyed in the media for a few months. So it was very hard to make that recommendation. Another story? Also, if you want to provide feedback for this afterwards, or just my email is going to be there, let me know if this is interesting or not.
Wi-Fi, just use the Wi-Fi.
Can you repeat?
Wi-Fi, just use the Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah. So Wi-Fi, pen tester's favorite. This was an engagement where they wanted me to test their corporate Wi-Fi, and they said, like, you know, guest Wi-Fi is in scope, you can touch it, but you're gonna, it's just completely segmented. You're not gonna be able to put anything on there. As a pen tester, when you hear that, you're like, really? Yeah, exactly. So, you know, spin up evil APs, look at all the Windows 7 attack vectors and all that stuff. Spend half a day just looking at that stuff. Spin up a couple of evil APs, hope that someone's going to connect to them and drop their passwords and whatnot. But in the meantime, hey, let's just check this Wi-Fi network. So, on a Wi-Fi network, you can just send a deauth packet. It deauthenticates somebody and they re-authenticate. When they do, you can intercept their hash, depending on which protection mechanism that they're using, and then you can go and try to crack that hash. They thought they had a very strong Wi-Fi password, but it was like 102938. The guy was so happy that, yeah, I did that myself. It's like, boom, you know. my tool cracked that in 2 seconds. It's a very common password. So got connected right away, and I started scanning across VLANs and things and sniffing network and everything else. And the next thing I noticed is like, yeah, no, it's not segmented. I have access to the full corporate infrastructure. I think in this case, I found a min password that I should file share somewhere. Yeah, I mean, pen testers, right? It sounds like we're doing like, we're writing our own exploits and we're doing the ones and zeros are flying in our face and we're like doing this thing. It's like, how many pen testers find passwords in scripts in your like GPOs? Raise your hand, right? It's just like all the time. A good cybersecurity personality, the Grok, if you know him, I like this personality. He says, worrying about O-Day is like worrying about ninjas instead of heart disease. You know, I think it's fair. Why would I burn an O-Day? Well, first of all, I don't have them. I'm not in China or Russia, or the road here. But I wouldn't burn them if I could just hack in with something like a password.txt file on the desktop, which I hope is a story that's pre-hacked. A bit of a longer story. Like I said, I work in a heavily regulated industry, a couple of them, and one of them, I was a consultant doing work for external parties, but my company at the time, I don't even know if it's on my resume, but this company hired me. Well, I asked him, can I test the internal network? Does he have connections to a whole bunch of clients? A bit like a SolarWinds type situation where, well, even worse than that, clients would send hardware in and then they would have their connections and everything's interconnected. And I go like, well, that's a huge risk, isn't it? So let's go and can I go with the head office and spend 5 days just poking around? And it was on the second or third day. There was an eternal blue, right? Just a stupid bug. WannaCry is it WannaCry or not Pet yet? Anybody know? Eternal blue? MS 710 or something like that. Anyway, I think it's WannaCry. Just a stupid bug, wormable, very, very easy to exploit, and I found it. When I accessed it, something really weird happened, and there was somebody that had dropped a payload or a loader in there that basically redirected me to the domain controller and gave me full system admin access to the controller. So as I'm looking harder, I noticed that, hey, this is a threat actor that is in the network right now that's already been in here and has put in this C2 infrastructure to be able to give commands and do all kinds of stuff. And my pen test turned into an incident response really quickly. I went to see my boss, which was the CTO. He came to my desk, and can I swear? Okay. He goes to my desk, goes like this, and goes, Julien, are you like trying to make my life fucking hard right now? And I look at him and say, I know, right? Like, what I create you? He goes, no, I'm serious. I said, You know, look at him and go like, hey, like, you have a threat actor in your network that can pivot into all of your clients' information center. And it's not my fault. Like, I
I found it, you should be thanking me. It was on a VM owned by a company that wasn't us, that was another company that was in the network. We couldn't find the VM, it took us 14 hours to find the hardware server where that VM was sitting. And at the end, the IT guy was just ripping cables up, and I was pinging. It's stupid, but like if you don't have everything documented, it's like you're screwed. You're completely screwed. Once my CTO said, "Dude, you gotta bring legal in." He goes, "I got this. I got this." It's like, no, you don't understand. Like if they've pivoted into your network, your client's network, these multinational companies that are worth billions of dollars, like this could be the end of this company. He was like, "No, I got this. I got this." Next day I said, "Did you send emails?" Yeah, I just wrote something. I sent it out. They're all my buddies. 2 months later, I was gone. 2 months later, I was gone. That's not the environment I want to work in. Yep. And they didn't get popped. They didn't get, like, somehow the threat actor lost connection to, or didn't know it was there. Like, I don't know. I tried to, we had an incident response retainer. It took me 3 days to track down the guy that had the code to give the incident responders so they could come in. And they never really did anything. It was, you see everything out there. Do I have to tell the moral of this story? I mean, make it up.
Router, never heard of her.
Router, never heard of her. I love these stories. I don't think I made about her. I'll be honest, I may have GPT'd a little bit with these titles, but they're funny, so we were engaged to do a point of sales pen test for a national retailer. And we did work at the R&D office, looking at all the kiosks, trying to escape the kiosk mode and all that stuff. And we just gained access to everything. It was a pretty big company that built it. But if anybody's ever tried to get out of kiosk mode, it's 100% success rate. Like, there's no kiosk that can stop you. But when we went to the stores, this is one of the things that got very interesting because, of course, I wanted to scan the environment and score spark rules and engagement. What else is listening on? And this is the POS off all the other systems that are there. Your PowerPoint presentation to show how cool of a store you are and all that stuff. So I started doing a ping sweep, and I counted about like 6 or 7 devices in the store, and I started pinging a ping sweep on /24, and I got 192 responses. There's 7 devices. Like, where is everything like this? Is there a data center in the back? Like, you have like 1,000 VMs. Like, what's happening? And digging and asking questions, I finally realized that all the stores from St. John's, Newfoundland to Victoria were on the same subnet. Why? Right? Why? Apparently, I made a joke with a PowerPoint presentation. Well, apparently one day, there's one store that it got corrupted, and the head office was closed because they were off time zones and everything else, and somebody had the bright idea, like, oh, well, you can grab it from the other store's PowerPoint place. We'll just share the share, and you can just go and grab it and pull it down here. So if you went into a store and connected to their network, which of course the RJ45 ports were all over, like one of my lobby stories, you can gain access to every single system across all stores, in all the malls. I think we counted 20-some stores, something like that. VLAN, segment, POS on its own island. I wonder how many people in the crowd that has, like, there's people that have seen this, and there's people that go like, I've always worked for the same company, they always do the right things. You're full of crap. Like that is impossible. And I've spoken to those people, so especially younger like students, they go like, yeah, you're not supposed to do that. This is how the book tells us. Like, dude, just go out there and look. It's bad.
This one says access granted, patience denied.
Access granted. Patience.
Patience.
Yeah, so my CEO that swore at me, this is something I never thought I would run into, and it was a fairly big company, top floor of a big building in a big city, and they paid a lot of money to get us there. And when you walk into a place, they go like, you know what? You may find stuff because we do the best. We spent a lot of money. We do what we can, but we're pretty sure that we're not. There may be some holes around, right? And you start pen testing, and then or red teaming or whatever else, and you feel like you guys are really good. Like, you know, the places that are not good is what's like, yeah, you know, we've been doing this for a long time. We've got this. This is the most secure network. Like, I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time, but our clients are asking for this. You're not going to find anything. Boom, domain and access within the first day. The CTO or CISO, whoever he was, comes to my desk, and he goes, how's it going? I say, hey, pretty good. And I told him what had happened. I had full access. I also cracked his password, which was ridiculous, like the swear words and everything. And I quickly understood why, because as soon as I told him that, he went off. Like just started losing it, basically. And so how do you negotiate that, right, as a pen tester? Like, I'm proud of myself. Hey man, I did my job. Like, this is pretty cool. You know, I popped everything, and that rush that you get when you finally log in and you know you have access to everything. You've got, you know, rule of the land. It feels good, but at the same time, this was a quick reminder for me that it's like consequences for this guy. It's like, this is his job. He goes to the board and he tells them that they're the most secure company in the world. And it would have been very different, I guess, if it had been on the 6th or 7th or 8th day, but this was the first day. And he was seriously mad at me. I wasn't scared for my life or anything, but maybe I'll meet them. And again, you know, I learned from that lesson, and I think everybody can learn from that lesson in the sense of the soft skills are important. For me, it was like, hey, you're another tech geek, right? You're gonna enjoy this. Like, let's get into the details, and he didn't enjoy that at all. He did not love it. So I quickly learned to deliver that message in a much smoother way and in a much more professional manner. I probably didn't deliver it in the best professional manner, but that's who I am. But now I do. Trying to see how much time we have.
Costly creds.
Costly creds. So I always laugh before these stories, and I gotta find, that's one thing that I gotta tune, is my reaction to hearing the title is gonna be different every time, and you're not like, oh, this is a fun one. Big company, again, doing a lot of sensitive hydroculture. I think it was past like October 17th, I forget the year. Anyways, this company had installed part of their regulatory requirements is they needed to have cameras everywhere. And this was a huge company that actually built their own power station to power a lot of their go-off operation. And they had engaged this company to come in and put in, I think it was something between like 200 and 300 cameras, webcams, to look at the environment to make sure that everything was fine and all of that stuff. So I walked into that environment. First of all, of course, the cameras aren't on the same network. You can access them. They should be segmented. DVR is the only, or NVR is the only thing we should talk to it. But I quickly saw that the first camera that I hit, I think it was literally admin and bin, or like admin Hikvision or whatever, you know. But second camera had admin and bin, third camera had, and then I go like, did they just install all cameras in the environment and not change default creds? And quickly realized that that's what had happened. And it was on full network, anybody could access them. So when I told them this, it was, we were in the start of the engagement. At the end of the engagement, we realized that the company, they called the company and they said, well, changing the creds is not in the contract. So, okay, can we automate the change? No, you can't. There's no, you gotta go one-to-one. It's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to come here and fix this. And they said like, no, it's not in the contract. So they're like, okay, how much is it gonna cost us? And it was like a lot of money. costly creds, right? They had to literally pay a company to go in and change all the admin passwords. That should have been done in the first place. That is a great lesson. That is something that on my list of stuff that I need in the contract with any company that I work with the legal team, with the acquisition team and everything else is, let's look at every option. Let's threat model this acquisition just like it was a pen test. What could go wrong, right? The first thing on that list is creds, right? And now with secure by design, secure by default, people should not even have default passwords. It should be install it and reset it. I have a feeling this company would have put in admin as a password on the first run anyways, but, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but. Anybody else run into that where like something so obvious that should be in the contract and should be assumed that it's going to do, but it wasn't? I see a shake of head there, yeah. Like,
the CVE jackpot.
One of the things that I do through the Atlantic Cybersecurity Collective is there's a lot of students that come in. We have some really good courses in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia to train cybersecurity folks. And one of the person that helps me out with that group is one of the teachers, and we have a lot of students coming in. A lot of questions I get is, how do I break into this industry, right? And that's it, 5 minutes. Holy crap, that went by fast. Next story after this one, I want to pick one. So, long story short, pen test, found a CD in a script that this company had bought. It was a PHP script for like reservation systems for hotel and whatnot. And I noticed there was like 5 cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in there. It wasn't owned by the company that was pen testing. I asked them, is it okay if I just submit CDs for this? They said, yeah, no problem. Submitted CDs, got 5 CDs back. I went on the website of that company and they did the hotel reservation, car reservation, and like they had 70 PHP scripts that had a different product. Times 5 is a shit ton of CDs. I can't do all of that myself. So I took some of the students in our group and I said, hey, go into all these other scripts. By the way, they had a demo that you could click and just spin up, which was awesome because you didn't have to pay $50 a pop to go in and try to find these CDs. So I had a whole bunch of students go in, and I think we submitted at the end like 137 or 140 CDs. And I have students now that go and apply for a job, and instead of going, hey, I'm top 1% on TryHackMe, which everybody is, they go like, hey, I've got 5 CDs under my name, and that's huge, right? And some of them found other things, right? They found 7 or 8 other bugs in different places, and they were able to actually do this. So I thought that was a great idea. All right, the last one. This is my favorite story of all time. If anybody here knows me, they've heard this story 1,000 times. I once hired. I'm going to tell the story without like picking. So one of the first engagements that I had a guy come in. He had been out of the industry for about like 10 years writing books and things like that. And he really, really wanted to get into engagements. And he wanted to do physical pen testing. So I sold a physical pen test to a company. I said, hey dude, your time to shine. First day on the job. He hadn't shaved for a week. He borrowed a friend's old rusted van with a ladder. He had created letterheads. He had created a website for an electrical company with a work order and everything else. And he shows up to this place with his ladder on his shoulder, pretending he's an electrician, that he had a work order for this company, and he had a jacket and everything. And he walks in, and I swear to God, I'm not making this up, he opens the door and the electricity goes out. He hadn't planned it. It was an unplanned outage. The guy had an office, had the Wi-Fi code. At some point, I was there to run the test. He's up on a ladder with his face in the drop ceiling looking around, and when the report came back, he had USB sticks plugged in every single computer. He had Raspberry Pis on the desk of every executive's. He just ran the place, randomly. So you can prepare as much as you want. Things are still going to happen. If you get a chance to read Freaky Clowns with F.C. Parker, his book is called How to Rob Banks. It's full of stories like this. He's stolen gold bullions. He's stolen a helicopter once, and he just tells these physical pen testing stories, which are my favorite stories. I can't do it because I get too nervous. That's it. Any questions? Any stories? Anybody want to share something? Anybody want to sit down and tell me your stories at some point? Like, that'd be great. Oh, there's a...
Yeah, so I recently did a threat hunting scenario with another, I guess, government, Asian government, and I actually discovered that a kernel-level debugger was actually running on a Windows Server 2003 system. I was wondering if you've run into weird scenarios like that, where some weird drivers kind of floated on the operating system, and you're like, oh, I can actually use this to get somewhere, or?
Yeah, there's always something. There's always something. The password.txt file that I was going to say, client got completely ransomware, and they had interest, so we went in and we looked, and we found that the admin decided that password and text files or Excel spreadsheets are not good, so he took a photo of his password and called it password.jpg and put it on his desktop. Truffle Hog found it like in 2 seconds, and it was the password to the password manager. Not as cool as a kernel level driver, but very freaking stupid. Norbert's got some stories, I bet. That's the thing I'm not making. Any question?
Right here. So, what I was meant was I did a scan on a client's network, and a few alerts came back just doing the standard scan. And I found out it was all coming from a particular branded printer. Everything was in clear text, including every employee's emails, because they need to log in. In your experience, when you're coming across this type of scenario, because my scenario was very frustrating, because I do the report, get the recommendations, of course, like, hello, everybody looking at this, the world can see this. Just happen every 3 months, it's the same thing, and the clients never deal with it. How do you convince them to get off their butt to go fix this thing?
The only thing you can do is you give them the information, you tell them what the risks are, you make recommendations, and they have to decide. That's one thing that security professionals that we have a hard time with, is that a lot of our time is consulting. It's detailing the risks. There's always a business decision for everything that you want to do. If the company says like, hey, yeah, we're good running XP, all you can do is give them all the risks and tell them what can happen. And at the end of the day, if they decide that, no, we don't want to spend money upgrading, they can't. So there's not a whole lot you can do. If it's your company, like I said earlier, at some point, like 2 months after that re-hack, I just needed to get out because I didn't want my name associated with the reputation and everything else. We're lucky in our field up to a certain point that there's always people looking, especially if you're experienced. So I also understand that people may be stuck in certain places, but you gotta have those conversations and explain and find a way. And soft skills are as important as your technical skills because of that. You gotta find a way to let them know that this is not okay. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thanks for staying to the end, almost the end. So today I'm going to talk about GitHub Actions. Is anyone using GitHub Actions already? Raise your hands. Anyone has heard about GitHub Actions? Or is anyone using GitHub? So yeah, so today I'm going to do like kind of a demo presentation with GitHub Actions, creating a DevSecOps pipeline. This is usually a 90-minute workshop where I show people how to implement different security tools using GitHub Actions. But today we're going to have to kind of speed run the series, and I'm going to try to show as much as possible, as quickly as possible, how to integrate security tools into your pipeline if you're using GitHub already, and especially if you have, if you want to learn how to do that in a quick way using GitHub Actions. So just a little bit about myself. Yeah, I'm originally from Brazil. I've been in Canada for 6 years now. I work at Okta as a staff product engineer, security engineer. I also have like a training company in Brazil called Go Hacking, and there is a QR code. I know people don't like scanning QR codes at secure conference, but that's just my LinkedIn. You can trust me, but yeah, it's there. And yeah, if you want to reach out, that's the best way to talk to me. Standard disclaimer here, yeah, this talk is my own opinion, my views on my employers, and all the tools that I'm presenting, that I'm using here or leveraging them to introduce the topic of GitHub Actions. I'm not endorsing any of them, I'm not getting paid or anything like that. It's just because I found them easy or easier to implement and kind of demonstrate the usage of GitHub Actions with them. So I'm going to show some tools. Some of them are free, some of them are like, they have a freemium version, others are open source. So use your judgment when leveraging those tools. So yeah, the agenda for today is going to be a quick overview about GitHub Actions, since through the raise of hands, I don't know if many people have heard or used before. I'm going to talk about the marketplace and how you can leverage that just to expand and really quickly implement your security pipeline, and that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to talk about credentials, secrets, and how to do that with your actions. And these are kind of the tools that we're going to try to implement. If we can't do it all, but it's going to be, once I show you one, the principle is basically the same for the others. So it should be fairly straightforward to follow along and implement. And I also have a GitHub repo available where you can see all these already done. And for later purposes, you can take a look. I'll share that repo later in the slides. Okay, so what is GitHub Actions? If you heard about Jenkins or CI/CD pipelines, GitHub Actions is basically that solution or that service provided by GitHub. You can implement your own automation for building your software, for creating, your builds or generating containers, but you can also use that to run security tools. And that's the focus for us here today. It's a service that came out in 2019, so around 5 years ago. And it's free for everyone. So if you have a GitHub account today, those that raise their hands, you can use GitHub Actions. Right? It's free. Of course, there are some limits, there are some amount of minutes that you can use per month, but it's free. You can try it out today. And how it works. So basically, when something happens, an event happens in your GitHub repository, so if you have a GitHub repo with your application, there is a list of events that are available. There's all like someone submitted a pull request, or someone made a commit or a push to your repo. That event is always listening if you specify that in your action file, and that triggers your automation. And basically, since GitHub is owned by Microsoft, right? If you're using the version or the GitHub Actions runners provided by GitHub, it spins up a virtual machine in Azure, right? Microsoft, and these are machines that are called runners. So each job, each automation, each series of steps that you have creates a runner. Think about runner as a VM. It's not a container, it's a virtual machine, which you can run containers inside. And then each job, right, you have a series of steps. So steps can be run a Linux command if you have a Linux virtual machine. You can have also a Windows VM or even a Mac OS VM. They're all three are available. You can run PowerShell if you're running on Windows. You can run a shell script. If you have your automation already in a shell script, you just run the shell script and it's done. But you can also run security tools, right? And that's what I'm going to show you today, how to leverage GitHub Actions to run those security tools. Each job, right? Each job has their own runners. So if you have different tasks, let's say I want to run static analysis and software composition analysis. Okay, each one will have a separate runner. If you have a different job, right, then they have a different runner, so you're going to have different VMs. And as I was talking about the limits, there's also a limit on the number of concurrent runners you can have depending on your GitHub plan, right? So if you're on the GitHub like free plan, you have less runners available at the same time. How do you do that? How do you set up your GitHub Actions? It's really easy. You can create a YAML file, and it can be extension YML or YAML. And you create that and you put inside a specific folder inside your application's repo, your repository. And it's inside a folder called .github/workflows. So any YAML files that are inside that folder, and of course if they're in the proper syntax, will try to run your automation. I'm going to show them in a while. What is the power of GitHub Action and how it became so popular over last few years? One of the things from my perspective is, of course, it's free for everyone. Everyone can try and just go in there and have your own automations. I think that's a benefit, but also the marketplace. The marketplace works as anyone can build their own action today and make it available in the marketplace. So if you want to try and create your own automation, you can do that and offer for other people to use and maybe contribute or implement other things on their own. Side note here with the marketplace, from a security perspective, right? It's a marketplace like any others, so treat with care. Anyone can upload their action in the marketplace, so also attackers, malicious users can maybe upload something that, okay, it's gonna do something good, but maybe it's gonna do something bad. And I did some research before around GitHub Actions, and I have some presentations around the security and how these third-party actions, they're not really verified by GitHub or anything else to see if they are malicious, if they have a backdoor, if they're collecting your credentials for your application. So just be careful with that. And then we're going to see at the end, I'm going to show some of the best practices or some recommendations when leveraging GitHub Actions. Today, GitHub changed the UI a little bit, and the reason now they don't show the total number of actions available, but the last time I checked was over 20,000. So over 20,000, you can see them as plugins or extensions that are available for you to use. Also, yeah, I'll talk more about that. So, since the GitHub action is a file inside your repository, you probably know that you shouldn't hard code credentials into your code. Hopefully you're not doing that right now. So you don't want to also do that with your GitHub action. So the way that you deal with credentials, if you have maybe your password or API tokens that you need to implement and use that in your GitHub action file, you can do that in a safe way with the secrets or managing credentials in GitHub Actions. And I'm going to show that as well in the demo. Okay, so this is what we're going to try to build by the end of this presentation. I wrote this repo. It's available today. It's public. The DevSecOps, GHA, GitHub Actions, DevSecOps. So it's basically creating a single YAML file, right, with the GitHub Actions syntax that runs all these three categories of tools. Software composition analysis, which checks for vulnerabilities in your third-party libraries, right? Anything that you have in your code that wasn't written by your developers. So you can run that. You can also run SAST or static analysis, right? Things to identify vulnerabilities on your own, like code written by your developers, and you can use different tools. In this case, I'm going to use Sonar Cloud. And dynamic analysis, which is the one that after you have created your binary or your container, then you deploy this application and you can run different scans or different tests. It's going to send a series of requests, and this I'm going to leverage SAP. So if we have time, we're going to do all that. If we don't, there is kind of the answer to this presentation is in this repository. Okay, so first one that I'm going to leverage is the Sneak GitHub action. I'm going to switch to the demo, to the slides already, Marketplace. Okay. So as I said, the Marketplace now they're all together. They have used to be just apps and actions. As I said, changed recently. They have models, co-pilot, and things like that. And the one that we're looking for is this one on the right, Sneak Action. So, as I said, it's a marketplace. We're leveraging third-party tools. Treat them as you would treat any kind of third-party library or dependency from your your project. What are some of the things that I can do to verify or increase the trust into this third-party action? Yes, it's a Sneak action. If you know Sneak, it's a company that's well known in the industry, develops software composition analysis, but also new tools and new features now. One thing that you can look at is this blue check mark, verified creator, right? This is not like Twitter or X or anything. This is just that verifies that the company or the maintainer of the action was just verified by GitHub. It doesn't do any security checks in the code itself, but at least it's something. And with the action for Sneak here in the marketplace, it shows just kind of how the support that's available, all the packages and different languages that they support, and of course you're going to need a Sneak account, but it's free to create one, especially for open source projects, so it should be fine. And down here you have the first kind of simple YAML file that you should implement to start or run your Sneak in your GitHub Actions. So I'm going to go through this a little bit just to explain a little bit of the syntax of what's going on here. So here, it's a YAML file, as I said, so it's easier to read than maybe like a JSON or something. You have the action name, so you can specify the name for your action, so you can specify, you can use the name of your tool or a name of your type of scan, software composition analysis, for example. And the second line here, second directive on push, means the event, right? When is this action is going to run? On push means any changes to the repo, so any commits, any file changes, it can be a pull request as well. So it's going to end everything, it's going to trigger that action. So every time something changes in the repo, it's going to run. And then I have jobs, right? So jobs, as I said, there are different set of tasks that you can run inside the runner, right? The virtual machine that is going to run your automation. This job also has a name. They decide to call security. It could be just sneak or SCA. And this defines which virtual machine is going to run on. So this is Ubuntu latest. This is not the latest version of Ubuntu available. It's the latest one available by GitHub or via the GitHub action that has installed. They might not be the same, so just be careful with that. And then the steps, right? So the steps are going to be the commands or different things that they're going to do once the VM spins up. So every time I run this action, it's going to spin up the VM, the runner, as I said, and it's going to run all these steps. So if I'm doing a software composition analysis, I need to look at the code of my application to check the list of dependencies and then verify if each dependency is up to date, if they have well-known vulnerability, things like that. So the first step here is uses actions/checkout at master. What does that mean? I'm calling, I have a third-party action that I'm using, sneak action, and I'm calling another third-party action. So we have a chain of dependencies here already, and that complicates stuff. Similar to what you have with libraries and dependencies where you have like the indirect or transient dependencies, same kind of approach. But this one, actions/checkout, is one action I know that's provided by GitHub. If I want to see the code of that action, I can do it because all actions available in the marketplace, they are basically a public GitHub repo. So I can just go here and github.com and the name of the action, like it's going to be the username or organization, and then the name of the action, checkout. The Wi-Fi. So here is the code. You can take a look of the code that is running the action. Right? Every action, GitHub action, is going to have like in their root folder, they're going to have a action.yaml file that explains a little bit about what this action is doing. So if you want to find out more, you can see that shows maybe some different like parameters and commands. It's basically a YAML file. And if you want to do some, maybe a static analysis on that action, right? So this one is written in TypeScript there. So if you want to run that and check for security as well, you can even look at the dependencies for that action, right? So if you can go in package.json, it shows, I'm going to show here the dependencies. You can see all the libraries that are being ported as well. So yes, you can go down the rabbit hole and like really look at all these dependencies and security for that, but we don't have any tools available today, and GitHub doesn't provide, as far as I know, anything for this yet. Okay, so yes, it's calling a third-party action, just going back to the YAML file, and then I have this this other action that runs the actual scan that is going to look into vulnerabilities. For this one, it's going to look into vulnerabilities for dependencies in Node, right, and NPM, JavaScript dependencies. And I'm setting up an environment variable called sneak token, right? This way, if the secrets.sneak underline token, that's how I call my credentials that I'm going to show you in a second that I set up there, and they are not hard-coded into my YAML file because this is going to be inside my repository. So let's begin. Let's see. So I'm going to use this Node.js proof application. This is a sample Node application. It's developed by Sneak Labs, and it's public, but I've asked permission to use. I use it in all my demos and stuff. So just so you know. Okay, so first thing is I can physically as I said, to create my GitHub actions, I had to create a folder called .github, and then I had to create a folder workflows. Even if I have just one workflow, should be called workflows with an S. I made that mistake once, and like spent so many hours trying to figure out why it's not running. The syntax is right and everything is working, so I always remind people of that. And as I said, the name of the file can be anything, but the extension has to be YML or YAML. It's a YAML file. And you can see as once I finish the extension, the interface changes a bit because GitHub already has kind of a, it's like a linter, right? It's a syntax analyzer already as I'm writing the action. So it's going to check if everything is correct. Okay. So I just copied that code and I changed the name here, Sneak. Kush, I'm going to the security as well, I'm going to name Snake, so it makes sense. And I posted this in my repository. So this is my kind of my application repository, Node.js code, and this is going to check, it's going to run Sneak and check for vulnerabilities in my dependencies. It's on push, so every time I change this file or anything happens in my repository, it's going to run this automation. Even this commit, so even if I commit the changes directly here, it's going to run. So I'm going to show you how it works. And I'm going to go through, I don't know if I added the secrets already, and we'll see, figure out what happens. Okay, yeah, I'm committing directly to the main branch, so I know if there are developers here, they don't like that, so it's just for demonstration purposes. So as soon as I commit here, you can see I go to the Actions tab, and here I see the job that started already. It's like marked as yellow because what's happening in the background, first thing is, as I said, my Azure, right, is Microsoft Cloud. It's going to find a VM for me to run my automation. They're not going to spin up the VM at that time because it takes a few minutes, but you can see that it already completed its scan. So how is that so quickly? At first I thought, okay, they're running containers, but it's not. What happens in the background is that Azure has a pool of virtual machines that the runners that are kind of readily available to run your automation. So when you deploy that and it runs, it's basically going there, okay, I need a machine to run this neat automation for Magno. Is there any machine available? Oh, okay, yes, there is. That's why it starts so quickly. And you can see here that it failed, and you can take a look. So there are logs. Okay, it did run the scan, right? So you can see the results already in this console output. So it's similar to Jenkins console output. You can see all the results. It detected all the vulnerabilities in different libraries, but it failed. So depending on, you can set up to how the output of your scan. So let's say if you found vulnerabilities, break the build, right? So something that you can apply with DevSecOps, which developers don't enjoy as much, and I'm not a big fan as well, you can break the build. So let's say if there is a high or critical vulnerability, don't let them go through with it. You know? Don't let them deploy their applications. So something that you can do as well. So that's what happened. Sneak found a ton of vulnerabilities. Of course, we're not going to go through all of them here, but it broke the build. How did Sneak work? So I have my Sneak account here. I'm logged in already, but you can link it with your GitHub account. So you can create a free Sneak account. And again, I'm not endorsing anything, I just find it easier to demonstrate that. But if I search the Node.js proof application, I don't see anything here yet. So the results that of the scan that we just saw in the GitHub action output are not here yet. So what do we need to do? So there's something else that we need if you want to import the results here, make it easier for your developers to go through them, or maybe you want to create tickets and send to different teams. That's something else that we need to do. Also, to set up Sneak, I need the API token. So here, down here at the bottom, in the account settings, you have the key, this API token there. I'm not going to show my API token. I don't know if anyone's going to take a screenshot or something. So just to avoid anyone taking over my account, it's free anyways, you just click to show, and you're going to see a series of random numbers. So copy that, and that's where you go back to your repo in the settings tab. And here, secrets and variables under the security and actions. So here's how you add your new token. So new repository secret. You can see that I have it already, but just an example. Sneak underline token. It has to be exactly the same as you have in your YAML file, right? This one, right? The secrets is like a collection, so you don't need that, but you need to be exactly, the variable needs to be exactly the same, otherwise it won't be able to fetch that. And then Sneak token, and then I paste that code, the API token from Sneak, so that it can integrate that here. So it's like a random, it's like a string of numbers and letters, it's just an API token. But I have added already before prior to the presentation, so we don't lose a lot of time. And you can see that here. Once that token is added, I can't see the value anymore. So developers can't go and like snoop around and see and copy that token and use for something else. I can only do two things. I can edit, but even when I try to edit, it doesn't show me the previous value. Right? So again, it's preventing the token from leaking somewhere else. And I can delete it, right? So if I'm not using, I can delete that token. And so that's why if the token wasn't here, then my Sneak scan would fail, because if it needs to be authenticated with Sneak, as I said, that's why you need a Sneak account, and it's free to be able to run the scan. Okay?
I have empirical reasoning,
but for me to send the data back to Sneak and see that in the Sneak portal, be able to go through all the vulnerabilities and all the issues without looking at the kind of the output from the GitHub actions, I just need to add one kind of simple parameter. If you see here the difference, and this is all in the documentation there, if you see here the difference, all I need to add is this with command monitor. This parameter will tell Sneak to constantly monitor my repository, and if there are any changes in my dependency file, it's going to run the scan again. So now it's automated, and it's always keeping up to date if there are any new vulnerabilities, for example, if I add new libraries. It's going to create that project there on Sneak as well. So let's do that.
There you go, thank you.
Yeah, the thing with YAML, you just need to be careful with the spacing, tabs and stuff, so if you get it wrong, so you can see already that GitHub will flag that for you, bad indentation, so it's a good thing, it helps you, because YAML is hard to manage like that. Okay, just with this command, I'm going to do the commit changes, and since it's running on push, like you don't need to have it on push, it's just for demonstration purposes. every time I change this file or any other file in my repository, it's going to run the scan again. See, it's going to show up soon. Hopefully. Sometimes the UI is not yet refreshed. So, okay. So now it's running the scan again. I updated the file. See that it's running Snake. Yeah. And all that stuff that's happening is downloading a container. It's running a container inside the runner for my scan. It's looking at my dependency file, the package.json for this application, and comparing all the libraries, not just the direct dependencies, but the indirect ones, against the Snake database for vulnerabilities. And now, it didn't report all the results here, because I have the with command monitor there, and it didn't break the build, right? Because it doesn't know the output. It sent all the output back to the Snake, and that's why I have like a green check mark now. If I wanted to break the build, there are some settings, there are some configurations that I could do, but now it doesn't do that. So if I go back to Snake, now if I type Node.js, I can type correctly. Okay, so now I have one project there. And the same results that I saw in the console output are here. So I have 2 critical vulnerabilities, 55 high, and so on and so forth. So now it's easier to look at the results and maybe triage those or send them to the specific teams, developers responsible, things like that. Just like any other SCA solution, you can ignore report if you think it's like a false positive or something, or it doesn't apply to your application. If it's a dependency library, if it's a development library that doesn't go into production for your container or your binary, things like that. And there are other things that here that Snake reports and helps you with, like how do I prioritize this issue? Which one I focus first? They have a priority score. I'm not going to go into Snake's, not the purpose of this talk, but there are some things here. And one thing that I'd like to note is, if you go back to the dependency file, which is the JSON or package log.json. If you look at the dependencies here, the list, I counted them early, so there are 31 dependencies, direct dependencies here. But if you look at Snake, the results, the number of dependencies is 566. So how did we go from 31 libraries to 566? These are the indirect libraries, or the indirect or transient dependencies. So it's like a hierarchy, right? And so it shows here that the dependencies that you're calling directly, they also rely on other dependencies, and sometimes they are vulnerable. That's when the SCA gets tricky. How do you fix those? How do you address those problems? And that's a topic for a later talk or something. But how do you deal with those transient dependencies having vulnerability? Let's say your direct dependency doesn't have a problem, but the ones that are being called by the other libraries have a problem. This is an issue that it's sometimes tricky to solve. Okay, I know that I'm almost out of time, so let's try to do a similar approach with, let's do Sonar Cloud. Sonar Cloud is the same. Okay, so with just a few minutes, I was able to implement the software composition analysis tool quickly in my application, and every time it changes, it runs, it's going to run the scan and everything. I'm not saying that that's DevSecOps. I'm just saying that it's easy to leverage GitHub Actions to automate these tools, and it can be helpful to have that in your pipeline just to find those issues, like scanning and finding the vulnerabilities. I know that's the easy part. After that, there's a lot of things going on that we need to prioritize and triage those issues to fix them. Okay, So same thing again, I'm going to the marketplace. We have those tools readily available. So why not leverage it? So I'm going to go with Sonar Cloud. Sonar Cloud is just a cloud version of SonarQube, if you haven't heard. And let's try to do that. So I am always looking for the action. And so I'm not talking about apps which are installed in your user. I'm talking about actions. So I'm always looking at the right-hand side there for the action tab. So Sonar Cloud Scan. This is also a verified creator, right? So it's kind of okay. It doesn't mean that it's checked by any like security scans or anything. And the usage here, the only difference between Sonar Cloud and Sneak in the GitHub Actions setup is that besides the file, the YAML file, like the steps that I need to add, I also need to add an extra file called sonar-project.properties. And that's it's just to identify with Sonar Cloud where the results will go into my project, to my Sonar Cloud dashboard. Okay? The approach is the same. If I want to use the same file, the YAML file there as well, I can do that. One thing that I'm going to do it differently is if I need one job, one automation to finish before the other one starts. Let's say that the output of one scan is the input of another automation. Then I can use this directive called needs. Right? And needs means that you need this job, this first job, to wait to finish before this one can start. So now you start to create your, like, it looks more like a pipeline. You have one after the other. If you don't have it here, both scans will run at the same time. So they're going to run in parallel and in different runners. So I just need the properties. Again, I'm going to go to Sonar Cloud and I have my account. Actually, I have my account here already. And I just need to create a new project to get information for the properties. This is also free. You can create for public repos, and you can use Sonar Cloud for that. So I'm going to set up project manually.
Oh, is this the in Sonar Cloud?
Some steps. Now I have set up choose your analysis method. I'm going to use GitHub action. So now I have this is the Sonar token. This one I'm not too worried about because this is specific to that project. It's not for my whole account. Okay. And I think the token is there. Just like this. We're going to see that it's going to run, but it's going to fail. It's fine. And let's go to settings.
Give that to me. Just be like, oh, I've got this.
So I have the token here, but since I created a new
we should buy it. Give it to me. No,
since I created a new one, so I need to update it. Birthday. It's good to have the birthday. And now I need the properties file. It's good that when I'm setting up the GitHub action with Sonar Cloud, it's just giving me all the steps that I need to do in GitHub to set it up properly. So, okay, yeah, I did this. I set up a token, create or update the build file, and it asks the language or the package manager. For us, it's a Node.js application, so I can select that. It gives me the YAML code, the YAML file that I need to add to my repository. I already have done that because I got it from the marketplace instructions, and they're pretty much almost the same. And the last thing is this. So, last thing is the properties file, which I had removed before. So I need to create a new one.
Spam? It's called phishing email, buddy.
And as I said, this only has like the project name, the organization name. It's just for other stuff or comment in there. It's just for the results from my scan to go to Sonar Cloud. Similar to with command monitor that we did for Snake. It's a similar approach here for Sonar Cloud. Changes. Now it's going to run the action again. You can see the previous one failed, but now we start creating a pipeline. Right? This is what I wanted to get to by the end of the presentation. Is like, okay, now we have software composition analysis, Snake set up, and we have static analysis, right, or SAST, Sonar Cloud. In a few minutes, I was able to include or embed these two tools. And you see, like, only the Sonar Cloud only started after the Snake finished. Now I can say, if I didn't have the needs directive, then it wouldn't. They would run at the same time. So Sonar Cloud failed for some reason. Okay, it's running the scan again. Hopefully we'll finish. And while it's running, we would be able to see the results as well on Sonar Cloud. But just to wrap up, just how I'll share the slides later. Those are just kind of the steps that I took to implement everything in the slide. There are different tools as well that I show here. But what are kind of what I want to, we can use GoQL, things like that. But what are some of the issues, right? If you see a repository with a blocked, like a red banner, blocked GitHub actions, it means that they're probably doing something wrong or malicious with GitHub actions. We saw in the past, threat actors leveraging GitHub actions to deploy, because it's a free VM on Azure, to mine cryptocurrencies, right? Sometimes on behalf of other people and compromising their account, sometimes just creating a free GitHub account every time and doing that. So be careful. Anyone can post actions in the marketplace, as I said. Treat that as a third-party dependencies. Look for the verified creator badge. I know it's not much, but it's the only thing that we have right now to kind of have some sort of I don't know, confidence or protection. And check their code before using it. I told you that every GitHub action is the GitHub is a public repo, so you can check that. And only run actions from trusted creators. Do not run actions from forked repos. Protect your secrets. And there are some other recommendations here, which I'll share at the end as well. So I don't know if I have time for questions, but thank you for sticking until the end. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
now they're kind of wrapping up on cloud, and one of the things they're building out is the applications plus the inference code as well. Oh yeah, sure. For, let's say, developers that are like now kind of bringing their projects to the cloud, right? Along with writing their application code, they're also writing inference code. How do you define that approach?
So for inference code, right, it's the same principle. It's code as well. So you have to treat it as any other application. You should scan it. So there are kind of different static analysis for Terraform or other CloudFormation or even ARM for Azure. You should use that as well. But also dealing with credentials. So even if it's as I said, it's going to be stored in a repository. So you can't have hard-coded secrets. You should either use the GitHub ones, provided ones, if you can leverage that. But if not, there are the ones provided by the cloud, or something like HashiCorp Vault could help protect those credentials. For infra and for the application code, there's probably going to be different pipelines. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks again.
Any of the board members, we got Norbert, we got Chris, we've got Jason, Jared, right? And, so if you see them, please let them know that you're having a good time. So just a huge shout out to them. They've been diehards behind this event for years, and yeah, I think it's a wonderful event. And if you agree, then please let them know. So thank you very much, guys, for all your organization. All right, so the reason, the selfish reason why I checked to make sure that all you guys had a drink in your hand was I didn't want to be the guy, or guys, between you and the bar. And so if you've got one now, I won't feel guilty. So that said, we've got a great panel. We've got a lot of smart people, a lot of great expertise. Hopefully we can share some of that with you today. And we'll try to keep it light, entertaining, hopefully. If you've got questions, share it out. There's 2 mics and we've got all the mics. So if you don't like the question, we'll pretend we don't hear it. But other than that, we'll start with the intro. So Phil Dunnion, is CISO for Mytel. I'm a cyber native group in town, and I want to give one fun fact about themselves that they may see on the LinkedIn profile. And I was trying to think about that. And so this summer, the high school attendance at time, they shut their doors, and somebody that was there took a picture of the record wall. And so apparently, I've got 2 track records that will never be beaten because the school's been closed. So that's a fun fact. And so yeah, so George, maybe go with Kush at the end.
My name is Kush. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity for Ontario Power Generation. Love to be a BSides, meeting so many great people I used to work with before, friends like these guys. Fun fact about me, anybody remember the Canadian version of Jeopardy? I applied to be a contestant on there, made it past the first round, then I got rejected.
Good segue, Kush. Karl, BC Soviet in Ottawa, 613. Private side and the public sector side and the guns and badges agencies. Fun fact about me, I applied on Jeopardy and got on. I played for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and was in the queue. Therefore, I'm in Search Me if you want to cyber stalk me in IMDb. I was on a reality show, and no, it's not 70s porn.
My name is Julien. I'm way out east in Atlantic Canada, straight on the Atlantic Ocean. Work for a company called Laswell out there, director of information security. Fun fact about me, I guess, at some point in my life, I decided it was very interesting to run, and I ended up trying to push myself, and I
somehow ended up running a 50K ultra marathon. Running is very a loose term. Let's say that I hiked, went for a really long hike, and never knew that again.
That's awesome. Yeah, so my name is Al-Koura. How's it going? I am currently the CISO for a company called Life, aka Ashley Madison. It gives me the opportunity when non-technical people ask me what's my job, I say I help people get laid, and I'm not telling them I'm not lying. And I also am the field CISO for a cyber law firm called Save a Law. Interesting fact, if anyone who knows me personally, I've been a competitive combat sports athlete for over 20 years. But in the last 3 years, I've taken up ballroom dance, and I really kind of love it. It's great for the forward.
Full contact ballroom dance? Yeah. All right. Cool. So the topic today is security. Shocker. Yeah, I know, the security conference. But so we're going to try to cover the gamut, make sure that we get as many topics on the security field in as possible. And so the first question, I'll fire to George and then pass the mic if there's other comments. So George is a CISO for a high-profile online organization. What do you feel are the largest threats facing you or the organization, threats or risk that you're facing today?
There's two primary things. One is the staff of my own company. The human beings who are running our infrastructure are the biggest threat vector because their error or errors could potentially cause our compromise. The other thing, and obviously we put in a lot of security training, and I'm not slagging my staff, I'm just saying that from a threat vector standpoint, we have invested millions in infrastructure. I have like a $7 million security budget. We're good on that point. If something happens, it'll be because someone screwed up. And that's an honest answer. The other thing is compliance mandates. Now as regulations are changing around the world and we are a global company, some jurisdictions are much more strict on their data privacy compliance than others, and we still have to operate in those jurisdictions. But when I'm looking at operating in, say, France versus, say, California versus, say, Quebec, or versus, say, somewhere in Asia like Korea, you're dealing with completely different legal sets. And trying to figure out how we actually set up our privacy and compliance standards and how we actually handle our data so that it is constantly in compliance across all global jurisdictions, that is a massive investment in time, and it's also a massive legal risk. Because when you work for an organization that's had a large, widely known incident before, any error, even if it's unintentional, gets unfairly scrutinized to the nth degree. So I have an additional amount of pressure because everything that happens in my work is public light. You've seen documentaries on Netflix, there's a documentary on ABC last year, you're always in the news. And this is just not just for being in a public organization, but generally speaking, as a CISO, the gun is always facing towards you. And the spotlight's always on you. And at the end of the day, thankfully we have D&O insurance, but you're usually the CYA fall guy in case an organization gets pinched. So when you're looking at privacy and compliance in international jurisdictions, and you're looking at trying to make sure that the members of your organization are maintaining good cyber hygiene and good procedures, those are the biggest two things I worry about the most.
Wow, yeah, that's pretty powerful. I did watch that Netflix series all the way to the end. I was waiting to see your insight on it.
No, I denied any interview requests.
I didn't see it. Anyways, any other thoughts on risks that you guys are facing today?
I really like the compliance part because I operate a FedRAMP environment, so we put a lot of money in that environment, a lot of money in that environment, but we also have a commercial environment. So do we spend the same amount of money? Do we put the same controls? And that's always a huge conversation. So I'm trying to build everything in a way that it is not just compliant, it's secure. So it's an easy sell to say, hey, we should do that on the commercial side, but in the business perspective, it's like, hey, why are we spending all this money on things that we don't need to do, or we're not forced to do? And the conversation is always, well, it just makes sense when we build it in such a way that we're more secure. So compliance is a huge one too.
Yeah, I'll quickly double down on that. Especially public sector, you're talking regs and regs. So compliance matters, but the more you merge your compliance and your audit shortfall with your security roadmap, that's a double win, to your point. So if that sorts your risk profile, and if you're, what's next on the list? The more you integrate GRC with what the operational side wants to do, the better off you are on the payoff.
I was going to say, I think what we're up against is getting harder, like for all of us that are defending organizations. Like, there's a large casino in the US that recently got hacked, and in that hack, it was really ingenious what the hackers did. They're using tools that we all have at our disposal, using it in nefarious ways. So they called an IT admin on, I think this is his personal cell phone, recorded his voice, they put it through some kind of generative AI. They got enough of a sample that enabled them to construct a digital conversation that was totally fake. Called the IT help desk back, pretended to be him, got access to his account, reset his password, reset the MFA, added a new device to MFA, and entered the company by that install ransomware. I mean, that, like, 5 years ago, that didn't happen to any of us, and that's making things a lot more difficult going forward.
Wow, scary. Karl, so being a BCISO, you're exposed to a lot of different organizations, both public and private sector. Do you have see any common issues across the board? Do you have any thoughts on whether organizations should prioritize technology or operational programs? Any sort of insights from seeing all the different works?
Yeah, first off, is it getting hot here? I'm gonna take my. Thanks, Dunnion. What the BSides told me, every question I gotta take a piece of clothing off. I think you need to titrate three things at once: technology, policy, and program. But also, I'd add a third wheel in there around people or resources. And so, when you're first starting your bootstrapping, definitely, I think everyone here would say foundational security, get your SOC, SIM, EDR. Technology makes sense as a bootstrap, but then you quickly realize you can't have one leg of the stool get ahead of the other. So you have to go back and look at compliance and policy and go, okay, now that we put all these things together, what are the rules and configs that we want to do? Conversely, someone brings a policy change on you, got to go back and look at your technology and go, okay, well, how do we adapt to this, let's say, zero trust policy? But to me, keeping those things all in step, the part of the stool that's the toughest is to me, people. So if I was building up a SOC from scratch, I'll defer to Kush a bit. We co-managed a commercial SOC and a corporate SOC together. I would look at him and go, you know, between the CISO and our ethical hacker and our SOC IR manager, it's a three-ring circus. And if we don't have all those people like super talented, it doesn't matter what technology you have or what policies and procedures, the shit's gonna hit the fan. We love to swear. When the stuff hits the fan, you're judged, you know, it's a best before date on breaches and how incident response and how the SWAT team performs. All the policy and the technology in the world isn't going to save you if you don't have great people in your SOC that just take care of business. Conversely, you can have the most horrible org structure and policies and lack of technology. You get some people, ex-military, they just show up and they get stuff done and they overcome all of that. So I would say the most important element in there are people. I would also argue that from a policy point of view, the RACI, the roles and responsibilities of those people and how you interact, that's going to make your measure of how you're basically going to handle things when things go bad, not when things go good.
Interesting. Yeah, those RACI charts take a lot of detail and time, and sometimes it's easy for management to kind of overlook that, right? And say, yeah, it's a nice table, but what does it really mean? Right? Yeah. Hey, Kush, so coming from the critical infrastructure side, there's a lot of legislation coming out, Canada, Europe, US, there's a lot of focus around critical infrastructure and cybersecurity or security compliance. Does this legislation help or hurt your program?
Your questions were great, Bill. Any regulators? Can you raise your hands? Quick story, when I first got to Ontario Power Generation, I wanted to understand what Bill just asked. I wanted to understand, in cyber, what are we facing with the mishmash of regulations? So I went out to actually create a map of it, and then did that in a couple days. Then it took me like 3 more weeks to get through all the different teams and go, we need to understand what was right, what wasn't, what needed to be changed. At the end, I ended up with something that looked like a circuit diagram. It was amazing. It is really complex, and I think governments are paying more attention to C26 and the Ontario Bill 194. Governments are paying more attention to critical infrastructure, and they have an appetite to legislate. And there are cases where it helps. I'll give one example where it helps, and one where it's been a challenge. I think it can help in places like New York City, which probably a lot of people here have heard of. You know, it's helped the electrical grid become more reliable, and that's okay, because its goal was to increase reliability. But its primary goal was not to increase cyber resiliency. So it's just that the goal was different, and the challenge to that is like something like New York City might not consider cloud, a private cloud, it might not consider it to be as reliable as a private data center that you have on premise. So in its view, your on-premise data center might be more reliable than a private cloud. And if you think about that for all of us in the room, we're migrating workloads from data centers to the cloud. So it can hamper innovation. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, interesting. I've seen a lot of the legislation is very generic and high level and open to interpretation. And so a lot of times, at least what I've found, NIS2, critical infrastructure in Europe, high level requirements, but you don't necessarily know how to be compliant. George?
So I have a question for you, Kush, bringing that in mind. Because one thing I've noticed on the cutting edge lately is a lot of organizations are actually getting back and removing themselves from the cloud and going back on-prem. Because on-prem infra is a lot more secure, and all of these SaaS organizations are just getting compromised day after day after day. And it's no longer as trustworthy as it used to be to put all your data in someone else's hands in the cloud. So what do you think is going to happen then? Like, is this going to be a constant shift back and forth between having DCs, which people spend all these years selling and then decommissioning, so now they're having to build up server racks again, right? What do you think is going to be the direction going forward on that?
I was hoping Karl was going to answer. Yeah, I'll give a quick one, then I'm going to give it to Karl. I mean, I'm biased towards like I think all of us are, because I like great security protection. And my concern is like this morning, Matt, talked about Gen AI and recent innovative trends and tools, and we're only going to get access to that in the cloud. It's going to be harder to access the newest innovative things on-prem, so that's my concern.
I feel like Dana White here. I think I agree with both sides of that. The long tail kind of thing, where everyone rushed to the cloud and then kind of got surprised at what came with it, and went, oh shit, our ERP and HR database, and maybe not. So are things more secure in the on-prem? Well, to a point on the air gap, but I'd like to argue too that if you've got a lot of legacy stuff and a lot of best of breed, the whole integration and face show, whatever you want to have with the cloud, does lend itself to better security in the sense of there's less attack points. However, I do agree with your point that in my opinion, you should look at all your data, your critical infrastructure, your critical apps, like basically your workload, and go, which ones should never leave home? Which ones are candidates for the cloud? And a lot of it's got to do with sensitivity of data, but also how many things did you integrate that you don't know you integrated? Because when you pull it out to the cloud, like George is kind of saying, it's somebody else's data center, and they're the container. It's still your data, it's still your ownership. So why are we doing it?
I just invite everybody to read the CSRB report on what Microsoft was doing with the breach from, I forget if it was Russia or China, it's always Russia or China, but the CSRB report goes and looks at behind that curtain that we don't see. And a lot of things there are pretty scary as to what's happening, because the responsibility matrix it's their responsibility. We trust them. I think that trust is eroded with a lot of stuff that's been happening and all the breaches that have happened. I think that's part of the cost is a big one too that I've seen.
Excellent. Hey, Julien, so this question's to you. Over the years, you've been an ethical hacker, you've done a lot of pen tests, you've seen a lot of different organizations, and hopefully someone else is interested in this too. Have you noticed any trends? Is there any sort of, like, I'll say, oh, it's this again? Are there any sort of common threats or vulnerabilities that you come across over and over?
Yeah, absolutely, and it depends what you're looking at, right? If you're looking at web app, there's a reason the WASP top 10 is there. I think 10 you were at the WASP thing yesterday, somebody presented on a WASP top 10. They're still very relevant. You see them all the time, you know. On more of the network side of things, a lot of stuff that you see is misconfiguration, Active Directory misconfigurations and things like that. Patching is always a big problem. But one thing that's really interesting with this is that it's not common across all clients. What you see is that if you see something that's unpatched and critical in an infrastructure somewhere, you're going to find a ton more in that same infrastructure. If you're finding an IDOR in a web application, you're going to find it everywhere. If you're finding, you know, bad JavaScript libraries, so the trend is more on the actual company itself. And what's interesting, again, we were talking about people, processes, technology, right? Pen test is technology, it's all tech, right? But one thing that I like to do in my pen testing is that, hey, if I find that a lot of stuff is unpatched, or let's say that they're using bad libraries, one thing that I bring up is not patch that, fix that outdated library, because next year I'm going to come in and the same server is going to be unpatched. So the problem that they have is not that the server's not patched, they have patch management. It sucks. Yep. So that on the recommendation is like, yeah, you should patch all of these, but also I've noticed the trend. Look at your patch management. And I think that that's extra value to the client.
Sure, not just a symptom, but help them go teach them how to fish, so to speak.
I want to jump on that bandwagon because the whole point of a BA scan or a pen test is it's a snapshot. But the advantage in cyber is recurrent, right? It's being periodic. And to Julien's point, like, okay, I saw some offsite vulnerabilities in CVEs. You need to fix them, but the fact that you didn't fix them in a year and they're still there, that's a different problem. And so if you start looking at platforms, so pen test is a service, right? If I do a pen test, I want to have some kind of ingest so that next year, if I do the same person or another person or it's a PDF, I can pull all this data in and I have history and I have trends. It's not security is not a one-time thing, it's a periodic thing. And to Julien's point, is you get frustrated as an SNA person at an ATO or a pen tester because all you can do is do a report and a snapshot. But if you come back and you go, look, I don't think you've got a need for more pen tests. You've got a need to more look at your processes.
Interesting. Yeah, so it shouldn't be a project, it should be a program. So I want to be mindful of time. There's a couple topics that I think that we definitely want to get into. Hopefully we can get into some point and counterpoint. Karl, since you had the mic, insider threat. I think that knowing you, there's definitely a soft spot in your heart for insider threat. Can you share your thoughts? Do you think that there's real concerns around insider threats? Should this be a priority for organizations? Does it deserve that sort of focus?
Yes, but I admit my bias. You know, I'm a UEVA guy, and I think they kicked me out of the immersive labs workshop because I just kept guessing the Ferrari guy and the other guy is an insider threat. So, you know, everybody has a hammer that thinks that the cyber issues are nailed. However, having said that, I think if you look at most CISOs, you know, threat down, they all have insider threat kind of sitting there 5 to 7, which is code for we're never going to get to it. And I think that back to the three sides of the stool in technology, program, and people, sure, not immediately, but as you start reducing residual risk and getting your SOC and your EDR and your SIM and your shit together, and then you put in MFA, and you're making the barriers of entry for an APT threat higher. Well, then my argument is the residual risk on the insider threat hasn't gone down. All these detection and response things that you've done, the insider threat is already inside. If you think about the kill chain, you're attacking the first 2. Number 3 is, let's call it privilege escalation or lateral movement, and that's where you're getting into zero trust. My argument is that's totally addressing insider threat. These people are already inside, they're already at stage 4, they can decide one day to just keys to the vault, walk out. So my argument is insider threat from a risk profile and a threat profile, it's high impact. If you look at all the cases, you'll probably see, and there's a fair argument to say, let's throw out force majeure, acts of war. You'd say, well, ransomware, Karl, it's the most likely and painful, high-impact threat. Fair enough, but if all the ransomware hits, what's the average price? Because you can detect a lot early. If you go look at insider threat, that person's been in there a long time, and it's high damage. In a private sector mode, it's espionage. In a public safety side, you're talking harm and loss of life type things. So my argument is, if you're starting, the insider threat can be 3 to 5 on the radar screen, but as you pick off the cyber hygiene and foundational stuff and you're moving down your threat list, insider threat's the most compelling impact.
How about accidental insider threat?
Awesome point, right? So if you look at Carnegie Mellon's kind of profiling, you've got the Machiavellian leader, that's E, right? So the CISO, if you do a risk analysis, like anytime I did Gidda and turned it on ourselves, I was the top threat. I just had too much access, privilege, and Karl. So, but to your point, there's that Machiavellian leader, there's the entitled, disgruntled kind of admin person. And you're always worried about security or IT admin. But then there's the non-malicious, helpful fool kind of stuff where most of the insider threat cases that I saw, it was not a single shooter, right? It wasn't this criminal mastermind that was an APT, came in from the outside and worked their way in. It was, got a lot of help along the way. And it was either, a malaise in the culture of the organization, even in security, where they went, we don't really do security awareness, so we don't care. The IT admin people are in a bunker and they're leaving their passwords on the wall. Or there's been a layoff. There's this whole kind of 20 or 30 people are in the, like Kush said, when you looked at the kill chain, it was a circuit board of people whose passwords and emails and files were involved, either maliciously or non-maliciously. So when you look at the insider threat kind of workflow, it's not that super evil Dexter bad guy in forensics, or it could be. But even in a Snowden use case, a lot of help from his friends, wittingly or unwittingly. So very good point on what insider threat is.
I think kind of how we have to look at insider threat, and this is, perhaps I'm being quite blunt with this perspective as a CISO, but there has to be a mix of fear and friendship with your organization. I say friendship, not in the friendship like we go hang out for beers kind of sense. What I mean is you have to be approachable as a security office because you want people to bring the problems that they observe to you, right? But the other thing is there has to be enforcement. And enforcement has to be swift, and it has to be decisive, and it has to be well known. So I can tell you, I've fired probably around in double digits the amount of people who are devs who are in different roles for doing things that create an unacceptable amount of risk. Because as Julian's pointed out, you have the unintended insider threat, which often becomes the biggest problem. It is kind of rare in a commercial organization, depending on where you work. Most organizations don't deal with classified manner. Most organizations are not part of like a DoD supply chain kind of thing. But you're dealing with a lot of folks who are often careless, or like to give you an example, there are certain jurisdictions where people in my organization can work or they can't work. Because generally as a global organization, I allow people to work from as many different countries in the world as they can. I think it's a great benefit to the job. We also have a 4-day work week. It's super awesome. I try to do a lot of things to give people as much freedom in their personal lives as possible. But you still have to go through an approval process. So if you live in Toronto and want to go work in India, and you want to go do that for like a month or two or whatever, you have family there, whatever your reason is, you have to put in a remote work request. And you have to clearly identify where you're going to be, what cities you're going to work from, and you have to give us, when you get there, an IP address from the place you're working from. This is so we know, we can confirm, okay, this is you, and you are here, and we know that. If someone, for example, doesn't put in the request, or the request is denied, but they decide to go anyway, which has happened, I immediately cut off their access completely, and they're fired on the spot. right? If anyone breaks policy, they're fired on the spot, and it's known to their team, and it's known to the organization, and it's talked about, right? I really don't believe in security by fear, but enforcement by fear needs to happen. If I cut off your head, I'm hanging on a pike for the whole company. Because if they screw up, that's what they get. And I can't begin to tell you how effective that is as a tool to mitigate against accidental insider threat, because people are, to some degree, scared or concerned to do a thing. So now, and I've told them, you can message me direct. Me as the senior executive of security, 4 layers up. I don't care. If you have a question, you can contact me directly, and I will answer you. Because that's part of the deal. That's how we deal with insider threat, is that we have to remember, we're talking about human beings doing human behavior. It's not a technical problem. All the technology in the world is there to protect our infrastructures. We as leaders have to deal with leading people, and that's the conversation we don't seem to want to have.
I just want to double down on that because CISO is about big teacher, not big brother. However, HR is about enforcement of policy. And so you see a script kiddie hack somewhere and the FBI gets involved and there's a big public forum and they get, their head on a spike, metaphorically speaking. Insider threat, 90% of the time, the company just gives them an NDA and a severance. It's just not worth the reputational damage to bring this stuff up. So to George's point, when you do that as a CISO, I go, it's a cultural thing. The entire corporation just went, so we're not going to get fired or arrested or anything like that. We're going to get a severance. Message received.
Interesting, yeah. And hearing you guys talk, it brings back a conversation, sobering conversation that I had a while ago. It's still stuck with me. I was talking to someone and I say, yeah, we've got this control and this control and this control, and the guy said, great, where's the team? And I said, oh, they're this country, this country, this country. And he said, oh, that's easy. I can offer that person a year's salary, and I've got his username and password and MFA, and I'm in your network. And it's very difficult to really protect yourself against. So yeah, I think insider threat is real. All right, so maybe we can do this one a little bit quicker. Maybe not. Julien, quantum. Since you're there, is this a technology looking for a solution, looking for a problem?
Pass.
Emerging technology. There's a lot of chaff out there. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of headlines that are extravagant, right? And same thing with AI. I forget what it was. I think it was somebody put up a tweet at some point at a presentation I was at. It was at the board meeting. The CISO goes and says, "Hey, we're protecting against quantum and AI and all this stuff." And then the board asks the security analyst, and they say, "Yeah, I'm trying to get people not to expose their history buckets publicly." So the communication is very different. Quantum gets you funding, quantum gets people scared and everything else, but it's a real threat too, right? So the store now, decrypt later things that we know is happening. We saw some joint advisories from a whole bunch of agencies that have way better visibility into stuff than I do, and they do recommend that we start thinking about this stuff. The problem is that it's still very theoretical. The breaking RSA encryption is very much it's hypothetical. The math works, but we're not going to know until we have quantum computers. Some of the stuff that China came out and they're saying that they break 50-bit keys and things like that. I asked the quantum expert. Basically says, it's like programming a database with a calculator. It's just not really what it's going to look like in the future. So we don't know. I guess I'm just skirting around the question, to be completely honest. I think we need to be worried. Nobody knows when Q-Day is going to be. And I think that it's something that we need to look into now, because this is what Google did when they released Kyber, which is a post-quantum encryption algorithm. It broke a whole bunch of routes on the internet because a lot of the devices in the middle couldn't handle whether it was the key size or the messaging and everything else, and it didn't work. So if we think that it's actually going to happen, it's very important for companies today to actually start testing it at least, just to see what it looks like in your environment, because when it happens, it's going to happen quick. And if it actually breaks RSA encryption, I mean, TLS is the backbone of the internet right now, right? And we need to be ready for it.
Interesting. And I've had this thought for a while that ransomware should not be the first time any organization introduces encryption to their network. So if you're having a conversation and Quantum spurs the conversation and helps you to modernize the encryption environment, then I figure that's an excellent byproduct.
There's also a whole lot more we can do to be more secure than to worry about quantum. I think at my presentation earlier today, I talked about a quote from the Gruff who said, worrying about 0 day instead of known exploited vulnerabilities is like being afraid of ninjas instead of a heart disease, right? It's just like you're probably not going to be targeted by an 0 day attack. You're probably not going to be attacked by a quantum attack, but you need to get ahead of that. The problem is that we have way too much things to do.
Excellent thoughts. All right, so moving on, I think this will be the last question. Hopefully we'll have time for one more fun thing at the end. But George, I'm going to start with you. For those that have the drinking bingo cards, AI.
Use cool tools. I can't let them. So I've gone to every conference I've been to all over the world the last 6 months asking everyone, hey, do you know how we do this? And no one has an answer.
Partial answer, tokenization for certain parts of data.
Oh, tokenization.
Part.
Did you hear about the online AI dating app? Lots of data models.
Mic drop,
Connecting to the internet is a problem. Because you can run models in the data center. There are companies today that run closed models inside of their own data center. You can bring your own keys to encrypt everything. They don't have access to stuff. The problem is, and then you can actually train them on your models on your data if you want to, but access to the internet is a tough one. So it comes back to people, it comes back to policy. It's an administrative control. You can't technically control it. You need to tell them to go out and put in sensitive information. But I mean, there's $1 million idea. Well, $1 million is nothing today. $1 billion ideas.
I got another question for you. How are you guys dealing with the TikTok thing over the weekend with the shutting down the offices and based on their developers having complete access to all your data?
I work in public safety, so no to China.
I restricted TikTok, or our involvement with TikTok as soon as I took the job. I am very well aware of the 2017 National Defense Act in China that allows them to weaponize any corporation or any individual. I will not allow that to happen in my environment.
What about the consumers and them having the app parallel to the app?
I can't protect every consumer, but I can protect what our organization does.
I think you're touching on a really good question. It's the same with AI and Copilot, and if you're old enough, the Netscape thing, right? It's great that there's corporate policy, and if you recall Netscape and the browsers and wherever you were, we have a corporate policy that says you can't use it, but we can't stop you from home use. And if it starts to, you're working from home, and you can't control people's personal lives, but you can restrict corporate culture. That is to say, TikTok's infused everybody's social life. So at some point, you're right through osmosis, it's going to seep in. Whether it's the videos, whether it's clicking on the wrong thing. I think where George is talking about is corporate policy. What's cultural and what becomes part of your home technology, it starts to infuse, reverse into your businesses, and businesses are going to have to get
I'm lucky because most of the people that I work with would basically throw me under the bus if I ever mention TikTok. They're very security aware. I work for a company that is very security conscious. Actually, when I joined the company, I had to get down,
you usually have to get down on your knees to get people to do secure stuff. I had to calm them down because they were doing too much, introducing risk by doing too much. So some of the questions that I had was, let's say an auditor comes in, can you ensure that that spreadsheet that holds all the information of all the serial numbers of all the mice, including the firmware version that's installed on the mouse that we're keeping track of, can you keep that on track when the auditor comes in? And if one is wrong, then the auditor goes like, oh, you're not following your process correctly, so does that fall into all the other stuff you should do? So I had to tell them like, you're doing too much. You're trying to be secure, which is making you risky. And TikTok is, when I walked into Black Hat and there was a TikTok section, sponsored TikTok, and people were, I didn't see people dance, but pretty sure there was like a cybersecurity dance. But anyways, that was very surprising to me that an organization would actually allow that as a sponsor. Like, you can ask Jared, would you like TikTok sponsor BSides here?
No.
And yeah, it's, I think the whole AI thing, I mean, I've gone to pretty much any talk that I can find on it, and there's a couple takeaways that have resonated with me. I think that data, access management, data admin rights, I think is going to be key. In order for an AI model to work, you need to have a good handle on your information and data. You let Copilot or you let an LLM loose in your model or inside your own organization, if you don't have the right privilege is assigned to documents, all of a sudden something that your CEO writes is all of a sudden available to the entire organization and the model's going to find it. And if the other takeaway that resonated with me was, if you think that it's not being used in your organization, you're fooling yourself. And so start with education, start with guidance, start with policies, do something quickly to help educate and make your organization aware so that you're steering them in the right manner. And so when you do adopt the tool, make it as easy as possible for your employees to use. And the tools you don't want them to do, make it difficult, block it, make it hard to use the ones that you don't sanction. All right, I know the bar is open, and so just real quick, maybe Kush, if you can start with the mic. So taken from the sports shows, I've got 5 rapid series, one-word type things for each of you. Hype or real is kind of your opinion. So we'll do 5 and we'll pass the mic down. So for you, we'll start with zero trust. Hype or real?
Real.
Sassy.
Real.
BSides Ottawa.
Real.
EDR.
Real.
EXR.
Hype.
There we go. Karl.
Kush. Real.
The Sens are going to beat Vegas tonight.
Hype.
Sorry, where in Vegas?
Cyber talent shortage.
Real.
Tabletop exercises.
Real.
AI.
Real, George.
Is that fine? Insider threat.
Real.
Okay. Julien. Cloud security.
Real.
Ransomware.
Real.
Leafs are going to win the cup.
Nah.
IoT.
Real.
Phishing.
Oh, my mind went to fishing. Absolutely real.
All right. George, social engineering.
Real.
Cyber insurance.
Real.
Mobile device security.
Real.
Free consulting.
Right?
Check out his LinkedIn post. BSides social hour.
Real.
All right. So with that, thank you all very much. Excellent audience. We're going to be around probably close to the bar if I know this group pretty well. Feel free to come up and ask any questions you want. And with that, thank you, George.